is the international version of Sparring with Santana. The international version of Sparring with Santana. So, Trump supporters, if you're in the box, here's the rules. You have to absolutely be a Trump supporter. We should be back. All right. I apologize, guys. I apologize. We should be back. We should be good. I am sorry. I have no idea what just happened, but we should officially be G to G. We should officially be G to G. There we go. I'm sorry, guys. I have no idea what just happened. But thank you guys for hanging in there with me, especially the tubers. All right. I think we're good. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Can everyone see me and hear me? Tubers, can you guys see and hear me as well? I need to make sure you guys are good too. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was at my Wi-Fi just crashed and it like literally just cycled and then it came back. So we're good. All right, guys. Again, this is the international version of Sparring with Santana. What that means is I'm only looking for Trump supporters that are outside of the country. Only looking for Trump supporters that are outside of the country. If you are a international MAGA, get in the box. We are looking for debates. We are absolutely looking for debates. Please do not request up if you are not an international Trump supporter. All right. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and get it started.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats who get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you. In the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. You hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. Hey, no cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Yeah.
This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This a flame space. Step in, don't you wanna?
Yeah.
Sparring with Santana.
Guys, only request up if you are an international Trump supporter. Only request up if you're an international Trump supporter. I did not change that to look like that. That's not what it's supposed to be. Boom. Fixed it. Guys, you might have accidentally just got thrown in the box. Check the bottom of your screen. If you see a gray person at the bottom, love Trump, cool. Lori, are you an international Trump supporter? If you are, get in the box. If not, you're getting muted. You know what? Boom. There you go. And I'm going to send you a request. Guys, only request up if you are an international Trump supporter. Only request up if you're an international Trump supporter. We're only looking for debates. We're only looking for some debates. With that being said, Sports Edit, are you a Trump supporter?
No, sir, I requested by accident. Sorry, man.
Oh, no worries. Again, if you are an international Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. And listen, international MAGA, I'm actually fascinated by you. I'm genuinely, truly fascinated by international MAGA. And the reason why I say that is because I say often, Trump is our fascist. Find your own, right? And I mean that. I mean that. But it's weird. It's weird that you guys just, it's something about it. It's something about it. But I would just like to know why. Why? Why are you in a completely different country watching the United States burn and absolutely saying you support this? That doesn't make sense to me. And so I have a couple of thoughts. And the only thing that I can come up with is that you're a wannabe. You want to be an American so bad, and you see from a distance Donald Timothy Trump, and you think, I need me some of that. That's what you think. You want to be a part of the cool kid club so bad that you're latching on to this quote unquote MAGA movement. So it has to be that. Or I bet you don't. What do I mean by that? I bet you don't know. You don't know. You don't actually know what Donald Trump is doing in the United States. You don't actually know what he's really about. You don't actually know how harmful he is. And so that's why you actually support him. That's why you actually like him. That's why you somehow you love him. I don't know. Or all the isms. Listen. If Donald Trump does nothing else, he resonates with people who are all about the hate, right? We can talk about racism, sexism, classism. We can talk about fascism. We can talk about the phobias. We can talk about the things that Donald Trump and MAGA actually stands for. And that's the only thing that makes sense. Second. Oh, this person just, it must have dropped out. Okay, cool. Or press me harder. Or press me harder, daddy. For some reason, now I understand, especially over across the pond, right? Across the pond, you have your king. You guys love your royals. You guys love the Brits. I'm sorry, you love the actual royalty. And you guys want a king. And you see Donald Trump and you think Donald Trump can be your king. You love being oppressed. And that's why you actually support him. It has to make sense. Donald Trump would be the greatest king if he, I absolutely not. Ollie, I'm going to mute you, right? Because that's wild. But even more so, I want you to come up here and tell me, are you an international Trump supporter? Because again, I'm only looking for international Trump supporters. International Trump supporters, get in the box. Dennis, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Are you international?
I'm originally from Soviet Union, former CCCP. I came here in 1986 at 9 years old.
You're in the U.S. now?
Yes, sir. In state Utah, Mormon state.
Give me a second. Ollie, are you a Trump supporter? Ollie? I'm sorry. Holy smokes. What am I saying?
Yes, I am. Or White is a Trump supporter.
Yeah. But you're in the U.S., right?
Yes, I am.
I think I've spoken with you before. You know what? Until we get international MAGA in, I'll give it a second. Really quick. You have background noise. Whitey, I'm gonna mute you. Dennis, you said you're originally from what country?
USSR. To be specific,
But I was a fan.
Not you, Whitey. Give me a second. I muted you specifically. Dennis, you said you're originally from where?
USSR, Belarus to be specific.
Okay.
So it's kind of like Belarus is under Ukraine and Russia's on top of us.
And you've been in the U.S. since you were 9.
Yes, 1986. I actually came when Chernobyl exploded, when that accident happened. When you're 9 years old, you kind of have to, your parents still in charge of you. My dad played professional soccer, and the news came on. The TV said, that's just an exercise, no big deal. Everybody go about your business. My father got a phone call. He says, you have 45 minutes to get to Warsaw, Poland. Otherwise, the wind will blow because of radiation. We actually...
hold on, because I don't want to go too far. Do you still have family or roots that are still in the area?
200%.
Okay. All right. I will...
both sides too, sir.
Okay. I will allow it in the meantime, in between time, until we get any other international MAGA up here. Quick question for you, though, Dennis. Do you know who I am?
No, sir.
Okay. That's fair. Dennis, would you mind if I give you a quick introduction to not only who I am, but what this is?
Please.
All right, perfect. 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is International Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters that are international. Listen, we are looking for Trump supporters, MAGA. We're looking for those ones specifically that do not live in the United States, but for some reason still support Donald Trump. Now, in the meantime, in between time, we do have Dennis up here. And you know what? Whitey, I'm just going to go ahead and kick you. I don't really care to have you up here. We are looking for anyone that is outside of the United States that currently supports Donald Jimothy Trump. If you fit the bill, if you fit the mold, get in the box. Get in the box, because I want to know for what. I have speculations. I have my reasons. But if you want to come up and tell me, get in the box. With that being said, if you're friendly, please do not request up. We're not looking for to speak with any friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to keep resetting the gift goal to this little 1 cent gift goal. If we can knock those out a couple of times, that'll help push us out to the FYP. Send your daily heart me as well. That'll help boost the live. And last but not least, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes, what up, YouTube? What up, Twitch? If you're over on YouTube and you want to support the live, you can do so with the super chat, or like Sophie, W's in the chat for Sophie. Sophie sent a 1 month membership subscription. W's in the chat for Sophie. With that being said, Dennis, so you are originally from the USSR and you now live in the United States. You're in Utah. Have you always lived in Utah, or have you lived in any other part of the US?
I lived actually all over, yes. My first city was Burlington, Vermont, then New York, Brooklyn, then Boston, Massachusetts, and then they shot us all the way back to California, then Utah.
Okay. I guess with that being said, why do you support Donald Trump?
I came to this country for one reason only. Like everything was made in USA. It was like something you can only see on TV. You know, we were like, wow. literally like a movie. And everything kind of, when you're young and growing up, Utah is quick example. I had more fun in America growing up in Boston, in eastern states, versus like all Caucasian state, me being also white, but with an accent in a different language. I was also not welcomed. Kind of like right now, people. I have a Ukrainian last name, it's Denisko. It's kind of like Anderson and Henderson or Smith of white people. I didn't even know that till my dad told me that. He goes, you actually, your grandpa's from Ukraine. He's from Donbass and Donetsk. I believe that's where the whole conflict even started from. So it's very hard to have half your family in Ukraine and half your family in Belarus. And how far are we apart? 300 kilometers. That's approximately 175 miles. Maybe 3 hours.
I'm still trying to get though, Dennis, to why you actually support Donald Trump. And I have a couple of questions, but can you narrow that down for me?
Yeah, I want to I'll be honest, sir. I feel like he, as an American, has nowhere to run. Kind of like we have a lot of all politics. They steal. But they don't mind telling you like, hey, I'm going to be in charge. I'm going to rub this country. We're kind of got used to that. In America, it's only happening now, like the last pardon me, not now, like maybe last, I would say since the first Bush Jr. Like that's when I first seen like a shift to where my dad saying like, do you see like a deja vu? The same thing is happening because they call it perestroika over there, like a change. But
okay, so just to make sure I have this correct, because it kind of seems like you're going a little bit all over the place, and I want to focus this point. Are you saying that you support Donald Trump because you think that he's not corrupt like other politicians?
No, I believe he's corrupt. I just think I was hoping he would like make like a due process, kind of like what I went through, kind of like to where like nobody gave me $3,000 to come in here. Nobody gave me nothing. I was never on anything, on food stamps, none of that. I kind of had to, like everybody else, like fall, get up, dust yourself off, try again, Now it seems like you can just come off a boat and say, hey, give me this and that. Here you go.
Okay, I think I'm getting closer to it. I think I'm getting closer to it. All right, let's try this a little bit. Let's try to focus this just a little bit more because I think I'm almost there. Dennis, help me with this, right? What do you think about undocumented immigrants?
I don't think it's correct. Because I had to be documented. I had to. I remember I received my citizenship exactly where, in O'Hare, Chicago Airport. I had to surrender. In the Soviet Union, you're not even allowed a passport until you're like 18 years old. So you have an ID with your mother, your birth mother, and any siblings you have with her. So all that was surrendered. I came here with my brother. He was 5 at that time. He never attended school, so he doesn't even speaks Russian anymore. But that day, our how you say it, like our citizenship was surrendered. We were not immigrants; we were refugees. And they just said like, okay, welcome to America. You have a sponsor in Burlington, Vermont. Kind of like, have at it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, little less guidance,
So when Donald Trump said that he was going to address undocumented immigrants and do mass deportation, it all resonated with you. That's something that you said, you know what? I like that.
The reason I said it, well, because people are people, man. Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, we're like also like, I'm married to a black woman, and it's, she also lives in Utah, and I met her in South Carolina, but it's hard for her in here because she says like, damn, this is all white state. Like, I'm like, yeah, like this is kind of hard. You know, we still hold hands till 2025 come in. People look at us funny, but
wait, yeah, make sure I'm not missing anything. And also, is there any way that you can turn the TV down in the background? It's kind of loud.
I apologize.
Make sure I'm not missing anything. So you're an immigrant that came into the US at the age of 9. You have gotten an opportunity to gain your citizenship. You married a black woman, and then you voted for and support Donald Trump. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you're correct, sir.
Okay. That's a wild statement. Who did your wife vote for?
The opposite.
Did you tell your wife you were voting for Jimothy?
Yeah.
What did she say?
We squabbled.
Oh. Why did she tell you you shouldn't vote for him?
She just said that like maybe you're taking like something that happened to you personally 35 years ago and kind of like put into perspective to where you're not seeing the bigger picture. And in a way she was right. You know, I kind of like maybe I voted for Trump out of anger for yeah, I'm being honest, sir, to where just like I said, out of anger for not being helped, being a commie pinko bastard in 87. It doesn't feel good to where you know it was rough, man.
So
like, school and like it's all you only have two choices, fight or flight. I never ran away. I broke a nose and I spent a lot of time in the principal office.
Okay. So Dennis, you were in a situation, in a position where literally you were oppressed, right? In certain ways, you had to deal with different obstacles. And since you had to deal with those different obstacles, you then felt some type of way because you thought that other people were now being afforded opportunities that you were not afforded, being that you weren't quote unquote given things when you came into the country, and you voted out of spite and out of anger because when you came into the country, you quote unquote had it hard. And so now you want to punish those other people that you think had it easy. Even though you have a black wife who's a part of the 92%. And I don't know if you've realized this yet, Dennis, but listen to black women. Like black women rarely get it wrong. They rarely get it wrong, you know, but.
No, that's why I married her.
But I'm confused. If you married her and she's specifically telling you not only like, hey, you shouldn't vote for him, but she like dug at the heart of why you're actually doing this, why wouldn't you listen to your wife?
Well, she had short reason, but she also agreed to where like nobody should get like pass. You know, that's something like she only agreed on. That's the only thing we kind of like had in common to where, because even like I have a heart to like give a homeless man. It's not illegal to panhandle in Utah. She will not give a penny to a person. So she'll run out the window and say, "Get a job, motherfucker." You know what I mean? But
yeah, that's not funny.
I would get $1, but she's an anesthesiologist. When you have a strong black woman and a doctor in all white state, yeah, man, she's gonna run like at the Michelle Obama, and she does. She runs the U of U like it's her like her own university, and I'm proud of her. I love my wife. You know?
Yeah, and so again, I hear that, but again, you're sitting here saying that this woman that you say you love, that you respect, that you think is strong and you know has the capability, and this person that you are sharing a life with literally sat here and told you don't vote for this harmful person, and you still said, yeah, I hear all of that, but I'm still going to vote for this harmful person because of my fifis.
Well, it's not really that, my man. I have a bunch of Ukrainians, gangster friends from school that kind of like made a turn. And they said, "Hey, my man, there's a place they'll call in Texas, Pueblo, this and that. We just need $1,200 to come to the United States." So it's not just the foreigners. It's every person on the planet that likes the United States will come over here. Why? People come here to one reason only. I asked my parents, "Why did you guys come over here?" They said, "To get filthy, stupid rich." I understand that. Like,
are your parents filthy, stupid rich?
They got theirs, and yeah, they live in Italy today. They don't live in the United States anymore. They live next to George Clooney. Fuck. Mm-hmm. It's sad.
Yeah, you know what? Like, I don't even knock your parents, right? But like, so again, this is the problem that I'm having. You literally decided that you want to take the opportunity that you got, that your parents got, away from other people because you felt like something was actually being something was being given to others that you didn't get. Hey, no, it sounds like correct me if I have this wrong, Dennis. It sounds like you have a pretty good life right now. Am I wrong? Because I mean, based off what you said about your wife, I'm assuming that you guys are comfortable. Exactly, right? Pretty comfortable. So you guys are pretty comfortable now. You've been here for a long time. You've had the ability to travel the country. Your parents are retired in Italy, right? I mean, so it sounds like overall you're in a good place and your family is stable. Am I wrong by saying that?
No.
Okay. But you still sat there and said, even though I have made it in life, I've been able to stabilize myself and my family, and I'm happy and I'm successful, I still am bitter because even though I don't need this type of support, I don't want those other people to have that support.
Maybe I rephrased that maybe wrong. I wouldn't say like bitter. I just said like
no, I said bitter.
Yeah, I wouldn't say not angry. I'm more upset to where this 2 Thanksgivings ago, we invited a bunch of Ukrainians to Ukrainian Thanksgiving dinner. And they were just bragging about how much free stuff, kind of like, it goes, "Wow, what a great system you guys have here. You have some food stamps, this and that. All you have to do is ask." And like, did
you fact check any of them? Like, did you actually fact check that and verify it?
Sir, some of these people we gave how you say, like a visa to, like a welcome visa to help out.
Yeah, the white South Africans, absolutely. Donald Trump gave white South Africans, just the visas, the citizen, I mean, not citizenship, but like, first class treatment. See, but again, this is where the symmetry breaker is, right? Because you're sitting here talking about people that are, quote unquote, legal, documented immigrants, people that have certain pathway to citizenship and all this. But Donald Trump was loud and proud about, undocumented immigrants and what he wanted to do to harm undocumented immigrants. So he never once mentioned, even though I knew he was going to do that, but he didn't mention how he was going to target all of immigration. So you thought that he was only going to...
Correct.
You heard him say that he was going to go after undocumented immigrants, but you were upset by the people that you knew that came in and had documentation. So you mix those 2 pieces of things together.
I have friends that have document. It's just right now is even like right now, my friend, a Russian hates a Russian right now. Believe it or not, because it's kind of like it's hard even to explain to you. Yeah, well, because USSR is CCCP. It's we all spoke one language at one time, all of us. And what happened was you have your Snowden living in St. Petersburg. Gorbachev lives in San Francisco like that. Mm-hmm. Like he put down the wall, and kind of understand when you're 9 years old, you're a baby, you're a child. I only finished 3 grades in USSR, first, second, and third. Like I was part of the Lenin's youth. I'm 47 years old. So I'm kind of experiencing kind of like a deja vu what happened in my country, and it was not
but
fun.
like you're saying that, but you again, you literally you voted for this, right? Like this is what you wanted. This is you're literally getting what you wanted, right?
I feel bad about it, yes, but it's only 3 years though. That's the good thing about America. Like we don't have
yeah,
to
no, it's not. It's not. That used to be the good thing about America. But hey, Donald Trump actually told us, right? Literally said it out of his mouth, told us that he wanted to be a dictator day one. Literally said he wanted to be a dictator day one. And we yelled about Donald Trump being a fascist because no, his first term, I didn't think that he was a fascist, but Donald Trump exhibits all 14 tenets of fascism. All 14.
No, I agree with you. I think we kind of like I don't even know how to say it. It's just I think like America has a really, really good way of like selling itself, like literally. And we as consumers have a really stupid way of buying it, I think.
You know what's funny? You know who doesn't buy it though? Black people. Black people literally don't buy it because unlike every other immigrant,
my wife,
right? Hold on. Follow me for a second, Dennis. Follow me for a second. Unlike every other immigrant, we did not choose to come here, right? Like we were forcibly brought here. Indigenous people were already here. Black people were enslaved and brought here. Every other immigrant chose to come here, right? And so Black people have never fell into the idea, the fantasization of America. We've always had one eye open when it comes to watching this country. And so again, I go back to your wife, whether she has other reasons or not, as a Black woman that sat there and told you, don't vote for this guy, you still said, I'm going to do it. Even though your wife tried to warn you. That's weird. That's weird.
You're not wrong there. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, and I wouldn't say spite, my man. Like I said, I started as a truck driver, became an electrician, you know, low electrician, had to go to school, just like, but my wife said, the only reason I married you, sweetheart, he goes, you're blacker than me. He goes, you give Black people a bad name. He goes, all you Russians.
We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. I don't.
But listen, that's why I'll pause back.
No, thank you, Dennis. I don't want to do that.
He goes, you have a camouflage. I do. He said, that's what she tells me. I'm like, how? Like your skin. I'm like, really? Baby, break it down to me. And you know, it kind of does make sense because like I've seen like in the South, her mom get beat up. I had to like stop a car and like catch a case. You know, that's wrong, man. That scarred me for life. Having
so again. Then why would you vote for a racist? You know Donald Trump is an actual racist, a practicing racist.
I did not know, man. I didn't know he was that fucking messed up in the head. You know, like, my hope was kind of like mainly kind of like I don't know how to say it right. Maybe he learned his lesson. Times you just want to have hope, and I kind of like wanted to just give him.
And Donald Trump was a great white hope.
I guess so, man. I would say hype, not hope. A hype. But
hey, is your wife around right now?
No.
She
killed me right now.
I would have loved to have had an opportunity to speak with her.
But no, she doesn't get on stuff like this. She's very she been like she'll put a person down like like even me, to where she wants me to compete with her salary. It's so hard to compete with her salary.
The balloons.
You know, it's just when you, and like I said, when you're married to a strong black woman that kind of understands,
Yeah,
like her
also,
dad.
like you should maybe learn about deconstruction and intersectionality, and please stop calling your wife a strong black woman. Like that's not the compliment that you think it is. Trust me. So like just a pro tip, maybe you should not do
Thank
that
you.
one.
But
you should look into that really quick. W's in the chat for Jamie. Jamie sent a $5 donation saying, "F that dude, Steve." F that dude, Steve from Dean's Live yesterday. Appreciate your great work that you're doing, Santana. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that donation, Jamie. And also massive W's in the chat for Feisty, who sent out 10 membership subscriptions over on the YouTubes. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything is appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, this is International Sparring with Santana. We are only looking for debates from international Trump supporters. If you are out of the country or if you're out of the United States and you currently support Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. Get in the box. I want to speak to you. We do have Steve up here, which this is a little bit of a different case because Steve is originally from the USSR. And he came here while he was 9. He's been here for a while. And I wanted to actually have this conversation, but we're specifically looking for those international Trump supporters, right? So if you're in the box and you support Donald Trump and you are international, get up here. Get up here. Dennis, not Steve. Yes, Dennis. Get up here. Steve, fuck Steve. Anyway, Dennis, I guess to put a bow on this, right? To put a bow on this, because it sounds like your fifis. You know what fifis are, Dennis?
Kinda. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like a wrong, but I have an idea.
Fifis in your tum tum is your fillings in your tummies. All right.
Okay.
So Steve, it sounds like you voted based off of your feelings instead of actually based off facts, information, and even counsel from your wise wife. Do I keep calling Steve? I'm sorry, Dennis, not Steve. That message just threw me off, and now I keep calling him Steve. But Dennis, the only question I have for you at this the only question I have.
No.
What are you going to do about that, Dennis? Because you're in a different position than other people that I may get an opportunity to speak with, because you are a United States citizen. You're someone here in this country currently that can actually do something about this. So what's your plan, Dennis?
I would like to see that guy leave the office now.
It doesn't work that way. Did you know that Donald Trump and his administration are hell bent on allowing Donald Trump to run for presidency again in 2028?
Can they do that?
Technically, no. The Constitution says that they're not allowed, but apparently they've been planning. They've been planning. They've been plotting. They've been planning. They have different mechanisms in place that they're going to try to lean on. But again, we warned you all. Like, we warned you before that happened that he wanted to actually try to do that. And he's literally putting all the plans into place now.
And see, I'm going to say that's the scary part, my man. That's the part that they were blinded to. At least I was anyway. I'll admit to that.
All right. Well, Dennis, I'm going to go ahead and drop you down. I would say you need to think about what you can do, and I'll give you a hint. Maybe you should prepare for the midterms and start advocating for Democrats to hold them accountable. But hey, there's a Supreme Court case that is set to be heard that may actually make all of this a moot point and give the Republican Party an additional 15 seats in the South. So we might be like royally screwed as a whole. So yeah. You said check. Hold on. Check what? Check. Hold on. I haven't gotten a cash up, but I appreciate it. All right, Dennis, I'm gonna drop you down. Oh, you said Venmo. Hold on.
Thank you for your time.
I'm checking real quick to. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, W's in the chat for Alicia. Alicia sent a $5 donation. Say, did this guy watch the RNC? Was it a hate rally? Did you get an opportunity to watch the RNC? Oh, he left before. I'm sorry. I was trying to get that question off. Dennis, if you're still here, you can request back up. That was a question directed to you. That's why I was trying to read it before you actually left. That was a question. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Dennis, did you hear the question?
Yes, sir. What was it?
The question said, it was from Alicia, and they said, did this guy get to watch the RNC? It was a hate rally. Did you watch the RNC?
No, I was working. What was it about? I mean, I'll check. Was it bad?
Yeah, it was really bad. I mean, like it was basically a Nazi convention. It was just super hate-filled way that they actually disparage immigrants. They belittled the country as a whole. Like it was really bad. Yeah, you should definitely watch it whenever you get a moment. Anyway, all right. Appreciate
thank you. Thank you for your time, sincerely.
Have a good one. W's in the chat as well for Christiane. I think that's like, yeah, Christiane, who sent a $5 donation saying, your voice is so needed. I love when you join Dean and Parker and when you're solo. Keep it up. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. You're amazing. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links are in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube and you would like to support the live, you can do so with a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, we are looking for international MAGA. What does that mean? That means we're looking for people that support Donald Timothy Trump that are currently outside of the U.S. because, again, for some reason, MAGA, Trump supporters, you guys want our fascists. I'm not really sure why you're so infatuated with our fascists and you support him even though you're not here. Even though you're watching it burn from the outside in, you for some reason think that it's a good thing that it's happening. And I don't understand it, but I think I figured it out, right? I think I actually figured it out, and I boiled it down to a couple of different reasons, and you can prove me wrong. I know you can't, but you can try to prove me wrong. It's either you're a wannabe, right? You wish that you were an American and you wish that you were here and you see this populist movement and you want to latch on to it. And so that's why you actually support him. I bet you don't know. That means that you just don't know what's happening. You don't know what he's actually doing. You don't know any of the real things, but you're latching on to it. All the isms, racism, sexism, classism, fascism, like that's what you believe in. You believe in hatred. And that's why you support him. Oppress me harder. For some reason, you guys just want to be impressed. Like, I know there's certain countries that have kings and you look at him as a strong man and as a king and you want some of that. That's weird. And my favorite, meatloaf, mom. Mom, meatloaf. What does that mean? You're incels. You're fucking incels. You guys are just basement dwellers, perpetually online, haven't touched grass or seen sunlight in years, and you're following a weirdo cult. That's it. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Because I know I'm right. I am absolutely right. I think it's weird that as Donald Trump is actively harming the world, not just the United States, not just the United States, but the world. You guys are sitting there saying this is good. When Donald Trump is screwing up trade negotiations, Dutch boy, oh, he's not. Okay, all right, listen, hey, this is what I'm going to do. First and foremost, I'm going to mute you because no one cares what you have to say in the chat, but I'm going to send you a request. Get in the box. Get in the box, Dutch boy. I would love to actually hear why you say that. Exactly. You're not going to come up. I knew it. I knew it. You're a coward. You're a keyboard warrior. You're definitely waiting for the meatloaf. You literally just proved my point. You literally proved my point. You're perpetually online. You're an incel. You're stuck in the basement. That's what it is. But like I said, is Dennis still in the chat yapping? Is Dennis still in the chat? Dennis is still in the chat yapping after sitting there saying that he regrets his vote and that he wouldn't support Donald Trump, but you're still in there What in the fuck are we even doing, Dennis? So not only are you quote unquote regretting your vote, because I don't believe that, you're performative. You're performative. Didn't you just say you no longer support him? The fuck? The fuck was that? That hat is pathetic. Why are you here in America? Cool. Hey, Lauren, come up here and tell me about it. I'm gonna mute you first and foremost, and then I'm gonna send you a request. Come up and tell me how my hat's pathetic. You guys like the hat? It's new. It's the wife's. I swiped it from her. Super dope. W hat. W hat. Absolutely W hat. Lauren, you're not going to do it, are you? Lauren, where are you? Lauren, I thought you just had such big opinions and big feelings on my hat. And to be clear, Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. Israel is a terrorist state, and free Palestine until it's backwards. There's that. You know, I will say, not only is international MAGA cowards, but so is MAGA just period. And you know what? I'm willing to do this. Any Trump supporter at this time, right now, any Trump supporter, get in the box. I'm willing to bet that there's no Trump supporter that's watching this live right now that has the actual cojones, the testicular fortitude, the gusto to get in the box. You won't do it because you're cowards. You have no moral fiber. You have no character. You don't understand what's happening. You guys are literally scared of your own shadow. That's what we're dealing with. Anthony, are you a Trump supporter?
Dude, I'm a question. Have you ever lost a debate in your life? You probably haven't lost a debate.
Anthony, are you a Trump supporter? You're
No.
I can't really
Have you
understand
ever
what
lost
you're
a debate?
saying. Yeah, to my wife. Only request up though if you're a Trump supporter. Like only at this time if you're a Trump supporter, international or domestic. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Butterfly effect. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh no.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. I'm looking for international MAGA, and it seems like they are chicken shit. But I'll be willing to actually talk to anyone at the moment. W's in the chat for Wendy. Wendy sent a $5 donation saying, I believe a lot of people or countries want to see America weakened. I love what you're doing. Educate us. Absolutely. You know what? I think that is something as well. I think that overwhelmingly, like they are looking for the downfall of the United States. And I think for a fact that they know that Donald Trump is bad for the United States of America. And so they're leaning into that. So yes, we do have international MAGA. They always try to request up and join the live. And so this is the one time that I'm giving them the opportunity to get up here and actually speak. But for some reason, they're afraid. Swag, are you a Trump supporter?
Sí, señor.
Okay. Are you in or out of the U.S.?
I am born and bred in the United States, but I rep Dominican Republic all day. I'm more, nationalist towards them than I am American, but.
Okay, but are you, where do you currently live?
I'm Pennsylvania.
Okay,
but
so
I
you're
go back
currently
and
in the
forth
US.
from here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, give me 2 seconds if you don't mind. W's in the chat for Alejandro for the $5 donation saying, have you seen the aerial views of the destruction of the White House? I'd love to know your thoughts on it. Yes, I have. They're destroying the White House. There's so much to it. I made a video about it, but I'll speak on that in just a few moments. W's in the chat for you know who you are. But I love you too. And thank you so much for the $25 donation. W's in the chat for Anonymous. And W's in the chat for Ali, who sent a $1 donation saying MAGA is soft as baby. Yes, they tend to be. They tend to be. W's in the chat for all the donors. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're on the YouTubes, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Swag. So,
yes,
tell me, why, as a somewhat international person, why do you support Donald Trump? Why are you MAGA?
All right, so me, we have to pick the lesser of two evils. So that's the problem with our political system. I'm not a big Trump, as his character and morals, values. I'm not that way with Trump. I despise Trump for that. But business sense and the way he's running things, the way he's creating this narrative to have people talk and speak before he can even lay it all out, it's phenomenal. And the hate that he has behind him, it's crazy. I love seeing that. More hate means more popularity.
Okay,
Trump,
that's interesting.
Business sense, he's a smart guy. He reads through the fine print. He goes through, and when he does move, he moves with precision, and he also provides, options when he does things too. So
okay,
you gotta remember that.
All right, so let's do this because you said a lot, and I want to speak to more like all the things because you said a lot, and I have so many questions. First and foremost, you said that he was the lesser of two evils, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
Definitely.
Tell me let's say the top 3 things about Kamala Harris that you would say that was evil about her.
I don't want to point out Kamala Harris because I can care less.
You guys
about
never
that lady.
do. You never do. You never. You guys say it's the lesser of two evils, but then when we say what was evil about Kamala Harris, and you always say, "Oh, it's not Kamala Harris." Cool, I'll grant you that.
Well,
Name the top 3 evil things. Name the top 3 evil things about the Democratic Party.
There you go. I like that one much better. I don't like attacking people. I like to attack.
Sure, that's fine. Go ahead and give me the top 3 evil things about the Democratic Party.
All right. So Democrats are more leaning towards socialism where, give everybody a way to
What's
come up and
socialism?
everything like that. Huh?
What's socialism?
Socialism, I mean, just to put it in a few words, is letting everybody have the same thing.
That's
Everybody
not
start on the
socialism.
same starting ground.
That's not
You know,
socialism.
provide basic necessities for people.
That's not socialism.
So inform me, please. Teach me a little.
Yeah, the socialism is when the workers own the means of production. And so it's literally something that you guys hear socialism, you hear communism, and you have been propagandized into thinking that you actually know what those things are. And like, that's literally not true. That means that they have a stake in said business, let's say like Amazon, right? In a socialist society, you still have rights to your own individual property. But if you worked at Amazon, you would get equitable stakes in Amazon, so you can actually take advantage of that. So that's socialism. Yes, there are socialist programs, right, that democratic people believe in, like social safety nets, like SNAP benefits, like Medicaid for all, things like that. But there's socialist programs that are currently implemented in our society right now, like the police, like firefighters, like those are socialist programs. So there's a difference between socialism and socialist programs, and then what you guys think socialism is.
Well, I mean, South American countries that are socialist, I mean, they give their citizens the right for companies, I guess, if that's what you're saying, from birth. I mean, those are their God-given rights from the beginning. It's not that you have to
I don't understand what's wrong with that. But again, like, you didn't clearly understand what socialism was, but you think that the left is socialist. Okay, cool. Let's move off of that one. What's the other two things that you think is so evil about the Democratic Party?
The way they hold on to power. I'm not a big fan of that. And by power, I mean seats in our house. The way they push presidents without people voting for them, because that's what Kamala was. Yeah, Kamala. I mean, not for nothing, I wouldn't have an issue with Kamala running. My issue is that they just came out of nowhere. Oh, here, they knew Biden was already down. Like, I don't understand why they wanted to put Biden on the ticket from the rip.
Okay, so let's talk about that for half a second.
For Kamala,
or call her VP Harris, or Harris. Thank you so much for the starlight. But you keep messing up her name, even though I've corrected it. So either we can call her.
Español. Perdón,
yeah, that's fine.
Spanish, right?
That's fine. So you can call her VP Harris. You can call her Harris. Like we say, Obama, Trump, Bush. Like, you can just call her by her last name. If you struggle with saying her first name, that's fine.
Come on. So you're right.
The question that I have, right, I'm not going to necessarily overall disagree with you when it comes to the Democratic Party holding on to power, because I think all politicians hold on to power. I think that's a problem with all politicians. That I don't think that's a mutually exclusive thing when it comes to the Democratic Party.
You're right. You're right.
But what I do think is unique is the fact that we can talk about Donald Trump and his actual premise that he wants a third term, right? That he actively has people around him pushing for a third term, and he's promoting it with the Trump 2028 hats. So that's something. But even more, you said Kamala Harris was just installed. Question for you. Yes. How does the when you vote for the primary for the Democratic Party, do you vote for the candidate that you want?
Of course. Yeah.
You don't.
For the primary?
Yep, you don't.
Well, I mean, at the beginning they're chosen, but we pick our representative once that's picked up. I mean,
you vote. Yes, you vote for delegates.
Okay. I see your point.
And the delegates place their vote. Now, you said Kamala Harris came out of nowhere, and they gave her the actual seat or whatever.
The seat, correct.
Did you know that it was an open primary? Like, literally, it was open, and Kamala Harris was not the candidate until she was at the DNC when there was a roll call of the delegates.
She didn't become one until Biden was officially removed. That's the whole point.
She did not get the official nomination until the DNC when there was a roll call and they voted to actually nominate Kamala Harris as the representative for the Democratic Party.
But they didn't do all that.
They did. You just didn't pay attention. They literally made a big deal of it and had the roll call at the DNC.
Yeah,
Literally
once
at the
again,
DNC, each delegate had the opportunity to cast their vote, and every delegate that attended the DNC voted for Kamala Harris.
okay, you might be right about that. I mean, like I
I'm
said,
not.
I don't
No, it's
watch
not a
the-
might. It is like I literally it happened, and I watched it live. My favorite DNC delegate was Little John. Do you know who Little John is?
No, I'm looking them up right now.
Yeah, Little John is from Atlanta. Atlanta, and he represented Georgia. He actually performed and then cast the vote for Kamala Harris.
Correct, but I mean, this is rhetoric from their own Democrats that were spewing that, you know, that's
how is that rhetoric when
choice.
it's actually what happened?
Rhetoric in forms of like multiple people have said it. I'm not saying that every single Democrat said it.
It's not rhetoric if it's true, bud. It's just the truth. Rhetoric would be, oh, I think that Donald Trump's gonna make America great again. Like that's rhetoric. I'm just speaking facts. He hasn't. No, he hasn't. We'll talk about that in a moment. I'm not gonna get off of this point just yet. But so with that being said, any other candidate could have run for the Democratic nomination, but all the other candidates chose not to. Literally, they chose not to. Do you know why?
Because they all backed Ms. Harris.
Yeah, but why specifically?
I wasn't in their heads. I wouldn't know. Like
okay, I can tell you. Kamala Harris had 107 days to run for office. 107. Donald Trump had been running for office since 2016. Even after he won the presidency, he didn't stop running for office. Even after he lost in 2020, he didn't stop running for office. Donald Trump ran. Donald Trump ran nonstop. And after Joe Biden dropped out, no matter who the nominee would have been, they would have only had 107 days to run.
Yeah, you're right about that. I agree.
The issue with that 107 days is fundraising. Kamala Harris was the only other person besides Joe Biden that had access to the $100 million war chest that they had already acquired from fundraising. And so no one else, not Pete Buttigieg, not Gavin Newsom, not Josh Shapiro, like no one else would have been able to access that $100 million because their name was not on the ticket. Right
now to continue with your point there, just to show you how weird things are. You said it that Kamala was the only one.
Kamala, you said her name right the first time, and then you just chose to say it wrong the second time.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
Harris
at the end of the day had access to Biden's war chest, as you said.
Yes.
That to me just proves how corrupt politics is with all the money, because even though she only had 107 days, Harris as well raised a lot of money.
Do you know why she was the only one that had access to the war chest?
No, I mean, inform me, please.
Exactly. Because with the legal paperwork, since she was a part of the ticket, the Biden-Harris ticket, she had access to it, just like JD Vance had access to the Trump-Vance war chest. That's literally just the law. It's literally just paperwork. It's legal paperwork. You can't have access to money if you aren't the one that's legally allowed to access it. And again, that's another thing that's wild, because people say, oh, no one voted for it. Literally everyone that said they were voting for Joe Biden, because Joe Biden did win the primary as far as how it was set with the delegates, but that was a ticket. It wasn't just Joe Biden. It was Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, Joe Biden released the delegates, which allowed them to vote for whoever they wanted to at the DNC. But I digress. Kamala Harris was the only one that could access that war chest. And so for 107 days, for anyone to have to go through fundraising, it would have been a historical task to try to overcome. Last but not least.
You're definitely right.
Last but not least, 107 days, people didn't have the infrastructure to actually run a campaign. No one was under the impression that they were going to be able to run for presidency because, Joe Biden was the incumbent. And so they just ceded him the ability to actually run for president again. And So no one had put together an actual team. Even Kamala Harris did not have a team that she could actually lean on. She had to inherit Joe Biden's team and even work out of his headquarters in Delaware. So there's no one that would have been able to actually put it together and run the race that she ran in that 107 days. So that's why people chose not to run against her and just cede and support her.
Okay, touche. I mean, you got facts there. I can't really complain about that. I mean, not to complain, but how I see it is
one more fact for you. Donald Trump shouldn't have been the Republican nominee because he didn't follow the rules of the RNC. Do you have a problem with that? I never hear you guys talk about that one. Donald Trump literally did not follow the rules of the RNC.
Yeah, he's a rule breaker. We all know this.
But that's okay with you. You don't care that Donald Trump didn't follow the rules of the RNC.
I'm more of a get it done however way possible. I mean,
so wait, so why do you care about people actually not getting the opportunity or someone not getting the opportunity to run against Kamala Harris when Donald Trump literally broke the rules of the RNC and you felt like that Kamala Harris didn't follow the rules of the DNC?
No, I never said that Kamala Harris had broken any of the rules, because at the end of the day, like I said, to me, she felt like a plant. They just put her there.
Donald Trump was literally a plant. Donald Trump, by the own rules of the RNC, Donald Trump was not supposed to be their nomination, and they installed Donald Trump as their nomination, even though he didn't meet the qualifications set forth by the RNC.
Yeah, but
he was literally a plant.
Trump was a corporate guy who became into politics.
Yeah, that's fine. I hear your talking point. I hear your rhetoric, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about specifically Donald Trump did not follow the rule of the RNC, and they installed him anyway. Literally what you're saying, you have a problem with. You thought Kamala Harris was a plant, but she wasn't. But Donald Trump literally was a plant, and you have no issue with that.
I mean, like I said, that's your rhetoric that he was a plant.
No. It's not rhetoric. Again, rhetoric is saying that, oh, this is what I think or this is what I believe. Donald Trump literally did not follow the rules of the RNC because he did not participate in any debates. And part of the RNC rules, correct, in order to be the candidate, you have to participate in at least 2 of the debates. Donald Trump didn't participate in any of them, and they still elected them as their candidate, even though he did not follow the rules. They literally installed him without following the rules. That's not rhetoric, that's facts, and I'm just telling you the facts.
Okay, I see that. You also have to understand that, like I said, a corporate guy coming into politics, they're not going to follow the rules.
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that because that statement was wild. Last thing, one question for you. What could Kamala Harris have done to earn your vote?
Nothing.
Okay, honestly. Perfect. That's what I thought you were going to say. So you actually, there was nothing that Kamala Harris would have done that could have earned your vote. So you don't actually give a damn that she was, even if she wasn't a plant. She is, she isn't. None of that matters because you weren't going to vote for her anyway. So like, it's a moot point. So what you mentioning that Kamala Harris was installed or whatever, that's just rhetoric. That's rhetoric, bud. You're just using it as a talking point. You don't really care about it.
I mean, I can't tell you how your opinion about what I think, but
no, you're the one that just told me that. It's literally rhetoric unless there's something factual that could have actually changed your mind. And you just told me there's nothing that she could have done that would have gotten your vote. So it's rhetoric. You're literally giving me rhetoric.
That's all right. You're reaching there, but
no, you said it. Those are your words, bud.
I know you didn't let me finish explaining what my words meant.
It's pretty straightforward when you said there's nothing that they could have done to actually earn your vote.
Like I said, you're reaching. You're taking one topic and pulling it to another.
No, I'm dissecting this line by line. We're still going through the things that you said, but again, this is This is not me saying, oh, you said this one word in this sentence and I'm pulling this one word out of this sentence. Your entire sentence, the question was, I said, is there anything that Kamala Harris could have done to earn your vote? You said, no, there's nothing she could have done to earn my vote. So I'm not cherry picking. I'm not missing context. Like, you can try to explain it away now that I've actually, called you out on it directly, which that's fine. Now, if you want to try to somehow twist it and change it, that's fine. But these were your words and I allowed you to actually tell me the words. So that one's on you. But I digress. Let's move on to this whole businessman thing. First and foremost, the country isn't a business. But even if it was, literally the country is not a business.
Why do we talk budgets and why do we talk infrastructures and what do you mean?
Because it's a society, because it's a governmental entity. Hey, did you know that the actual United States government is not supposed to earn a profit year over year for the budget?
You're right about that. That's correct.
So if there were a business, wouldn't they be interested in maximizing profits and retaining profits year over year?
Not all businesses, you see, that's what I'm saying. You're reaching.
Sure, that's fine, but that's sure. I mean, you can talk about not-for-profits or non-profits, like, sure, but that's not what most people say when they're talking about the actual business aspect, right? I mean, not a lot of people think about, not-for-profits or non-profits. They think about actual business because they think that Donald Trump is not someone who came from a nonprofit sector. Donald Trump is literally a quote unquote businessman that made billions of dollars. So you guys, you can sit here and try to gaslight me and try to pretend that you think that he would be a great leader for a nonprofit, but he's literally never done that. He's only been in business for himself and his family.
You're right. And every president, him and before, have made money being a president. You have opportunities.
Not while in office and not at the levels of Donald Trump. How much money has Donald Trump made since coming back in office in January until now? Do you know?
Close to like 10, 20 million, close.
You're not even close.
Inform me because I follow Trump, and I mean, if you know
since
more than
since Donald Trump came back in office in January, and this is as of now, I know it's October, so the numbers are probably updated, but since January to September, Donald Trump has made $4 billion in office. Donald Trump, while in office in his second term, has acquired more wealth than he has in any other point in his life.
You also have to remember that he dropped all his businesses when he became
president
the first time.
No, he didn't. He literally didn't.
His kids.
He
made himself vice president instead of president.
Yeah, so that's a standard thing for presidents. Most presidents actually divest from their businesses when they actually come into office because they don't want to be influenced by outside connections. So his family did make a ton of money while he was in office the first time, but this term hadn't done it at all. Donald Trump literally has access and view of all the businesses' books, and that's why he continues to sell Trump watches. That's why he has the cryptocurrency. That's why he's selling $1 million a plate dinners down at Mar-a-Lago. But you know who's not seeing any of that? The United States citizens.
Republicans.
The United States citizens. I don't give a damn about the Republicans as an individual. I'm talking about United States citizens. While Donald Trump has made $4 billion, the United States citizens are our actual job market is crashing. The actual government is currently shut down. In the month of November, 42 million Americans are about to lose access to their SNAP benefits. There's 500,000 houses that are available and people can't buy homes. Literally, this is the first time since the housing market crash that there's been a divide this wide as far as people selling homes to people being able to buy homes. Inflation is up, gas is up, food is up. There's a trade war with China. There's farmers that are Donald Trump's first term, there was a 24% spike in farmers as far as filing Chapter 12 bankruptcy. The farmers are now at that same clip again because of Donald Trump. So you talk about him being good for business. Donald Trump is good for business for himself because he's profited, but every other aspect of the United States government, even if this was a business, Donald Trump would be running this business into the ground right now, which he's running our country into the ground. So your premise that he was a good businessman does not fly because he hasn't done anything as far as relating it to the country that makes any sense about good business.
I mean, that's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. It's literally facts. Tell me one metric within the country that we are better than when he took over with Biden in office.
People are more eager to work nowadays.
No, they're not. I'm not talking about. Tell me like actual something. I don't want to talk about fifis. Can you tell me is like the medium family wage or income, is that higher? Is inflation lower? Is GDP higher? Like what statistical measure? Is unemployment down? Can you name any of those things that are better right now than when Biden handed over the power to Donald Trump?
I mean, he only has 9 months in the game right now. How can I
don't give a shit about the 9 months that you say he has in the game. Donald Trump has in this entire time, Donald Trump has crashed the economy and our country in multiple ways. And you're just saying, oh, he hasn't had enough time. You know what he's had enough time to do though, Swag?
Fly up. What do you mean?
Swag. Literally, he crashed the stock market multiple times with market manipulation. Literally, he crashed the markets multiple times with the market manipulation.
No, I think crypto has a hold on the stock markets, which is causing a lot of the fluctuations.
No, literally, it's been the tariffs. It's literally been his actual tariff war. And hey, did you know that the traders on the New York Stock Exchange and Wall Street, they have a nickname for Trump?
What's that nickname?
Taco.
I'm curious now. Taco.
It's Taco. You know what Taco stands for?
No.
Trump always chickens out. They literally call him Taco, and Taco stands for Trump always chickens out. And they said this in the inference as far as his inability to actually stick to what he's saying when it comes to tariffs. And he's using tariffs for market manipulation. And that's why you see people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who 30 minutes before Donald Trump announced the tariffs was able to grab a hold of certain stock and make $30 million. Or this last term, before he actually announced the new round of tariffs that were going on China and the extension of other tariffs, there was a crypto short line that was open 30 minutes before he made this announcement. And after he made the announcement, that crypto short line made $1.8 billion. Now, they actually were able to find out with that crypto short line that it was connected to a company. I can't remember if it's Federal Liberty or Liberty Federal, for something like that. But guess who was appointed to the board of director of that company that opened up that short line of Bitcoin 30 minutes before Donald Trump made that announcement?
What was the name of the company?
I would have to look it up. I can't remember right off the top of my head. But anyway, guess who's on the board of directors? Who's on the board? The board of directors for that company that made that I think it was 1.8 or 1.9 billion dollars by opening up that short line of Bitcoin 30 minutes before Trump made that announcement. Guess who's on that board?
Jared Kushner.
Close. Barron. Donald Trump's son, Barron Trump, is on the board of directors, and somehow they had the insight to open up that Bitcoin short 30 minutes before Donald Trump made that announcement and made $1.8 billion. Hey, you don't think that's kind of suspicious?
I mean, it's called the tariff game. Like,
No. I don't care about the tariffs. I care about the actual insider trading.
Yeah, but the tariffs are the reason you're calling.
Yeah, I don't care about the tariffs. I'm talking about the insider trading. The fact that Barron Trump literally knew that Donald Trump was going to do that. He tipped them off, the people from his company. He let them know that it was happening. Allegedly, my thoughts, right? There's no actual, they haven't investigated this, but like this is what makes sense to me. It makes sense that he would have tipped them off and they made the decision to open that up 30 minutes, literally 30 minutes prior to Donald Trump making that announcement.
So
that doesn't seem weird to you?
So insider trading is illegal. So you're saying
yes.
that
yes, literally insider trading is illegal.
No prosecution or anything has come to it, but yet when Pelosi,
do you think Donald Trump's going to prosecute do you think Donald Trump's going to investigate his son?
Donald Trump has nothing to do with investigating insider trading. It's all about the judicial
Donald Trump is the president of the United States. The Department of Justice has quite literally bent the knee to him. His personal lawyer is the head of the Department of Justice, Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi was literally one of Donald Trump's lawyers when it came to like the election fraud cases.
Correct. Pam Bondi would be the one to bring those charges to.
Exactly. Pam Bondi doesn't breathe without Donald Trump saying you can.
Yeah, but you have to understand that Donald Trump also gets consult from her. So at the end of the day, if Barron did this insider trading, wouldn't she be the first one to step up?
She would never prosecute. She would never prosecute Barron. She's not Mayor Garlick, and Trump is not Biden. Joseph Robinette Biden wanted to be impartial, did not stop the United States Justice Department from prosecuting his son.
That's the same as saying that he put 3 chief justices in the Supreme Court so he can overturn Roe.
What does that have to do with the statement that I just made? That like none of that makes sense.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're making it so that, you know, something is happening on the inside, which, yeah, you're giving tidbits here and there, but it's not proven. It's not fact yet.
I didn't say that it was fact. The question I have for you is, doesn't that seem weird?
If it's true, yes. If it's not, you're, like I said, you're making stuff up, or you're.
I'm not making anything up. I just laid the facts out, and then I said, doesn't that seem weird? I didn't make it up. I didn't say I know for 100%. I'm just telling you, these are the dots. You can connect them for yourself.
You're showing me some dots. I understand, but at the end of the day,
but you're literally unwilling to actually engage in those dots because it doesn't fit your narrative.
No, because those dots are your opinion, your observation, your.
Yeah, they're not my opinion. They're definitely my observation, but they're not my opinions. But you just don't want to engage with them because they don't fit your narrative.
No, honestly, so I don't.
After I just laid that out for you, what's your opinion? And don't say, you know, you said this or that. Tell me, logically speaking, from the information that I just laid out to you, what is your conclusion?
If you were correct in saying that there was some insider trading.
No. I'm not saying you're basing that off of my opinion. I'm saying the points that I just laid out, that there was a short line of Bitcoin that was open. Hold on, listen to this. And I want to know your opinion after I laid this out. There was a short line of Bitcoin that was open up 30 minutes prior to Donald Trump making the announcement of the additional tariffs on China and the extension on the other tariffs. 30 minutes before he made that announcement, this was open up. The actual person or company that opened it up was able to make $1.8 billion in a matter of hours because of the move that they made prior to the announcement of the tariffs 30 minutes. And then come to find out, the entity that opened the short for Bitcoin was actually Barron Trump is on the board of directors for that actual entity. Now, knowing that Barron Trump has direct access to his father and can gain information, not saying that he did, and he has a connection with that board that made $1.8 billion off of a, let's say, smart decision. What is your conclusion?
I delve in stocks, I delve in Bitcoin and cryptos. I think it was a great move by whoever.
I'm not saying it wasn't a great move.
If he did get insider info, then, I mean, that's unethically wrong. But I'm a business guy. I mean, to make money, you have to be shrewd and cruel. So yeah, if he made 1.9 billion off of Trump son's information, then more power to him. Like
So you
that's
just
what
don't
the
care.
stock market does.
But that's what you're saying. You don't care.
You have to understand that stocks and crypto are
But wait. But just to make sure we're on the same page, just to make sure I pick up what you're putting down, you don't care.
Yes. No, I do care. I'm okay with it.
So you don't care if you're okay with it. If you're okay with it, then you're indifferent. If you're indifferent, you don't care.
No, I didn't say that. I'm voicing my opinion. I'm okay with the move.
You're okay with it. Therefore, you mean you're indifferent. And if you're indifferent, you don't care. Do you think it's a good thing?
It's a power move. I mean, if I have the opportunity.
No. I'm not talking about it being a power move. I'm saying if it was insider trading, do you think it's a good thing?
No, if it was insider, no. It wasn't a good thing, but I'm okay with it.
You're okay, so you're okay with it. It's not a good thing, but so you're indifferent, so you don't care.
I care that someone used illegal practices to make money.
You would care if it was anybody besides the Trump family. You would care if it didn't fit your narrative. You would care if it was someone that you don't support. You would absolutely care. You would absolutely care if the name was Pelosi instead of Trump.
Yeah, I mean,
see, listen, right there. You just said yes. You just admitted to your hypocrisy again. You would flip your shit if it was Nancy Pelosi instead of Donald Trump.
You are a word goblin, I tell you that.
I'm factual. I'm literally factual.
That's people on their first word. You don't let them.
You said yes, but I didn't make you say yes. You said yes.
What was I saying yes to?
I said you would lose your shit if the name was Pelosi instead of Trump. You said yes.
I'll lose my shit if the Barron thing is true too. So that's what I'm trying to explain.
You literally just said if it's true. You said if it's true, you wouldn't think it's a good thing, but you wouldn't have a problem with it. That's what you said if it was true. You've already said what you would how you would feel if you said it was true.
The reason why is because I made money on that little flip.
So now it's revision. And so now, you made money. So that even more means you don't care. You don't care because it made you money. You don't care.
I just told you I do care if what you're saying that Barron was the one.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God! Stop fucking lying.
I love that shit.
W's in the chat for W's in the chat for Cordova Labs for the $5 super chat to say Trump is the greatest at non-profit. Look at his 6 bankruptcies. That the Mango Mussolini couldn't sell ice water in hell to turn a profit. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, guys. W's in the chat. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything is appreciated. If you're over on YouTube and you would like to support, you can do so with a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. This is the main account, but this is the backup account. I go back and forth with doing debates on both accounts. So make sure you follow both accounts. I'm going to probably be live later today or either tomorrow or whatever. And the next time I debate, it's going to be on the backup account. So if you want to actually make sure that you catch me when I'm debating, make sure you hit the follow, turn on your notifications, and follow both accounts. Jeff.
Yo, I'm actually kind of floored because I'm a Quisqueyano. Like Swag is. Swag, there's a term that our people use. What is a sinvergüenza?
Person without any, I guess, I can't even think of the word in English now. A person without,
you don't have an embarrassment.
Right? Yeah, embarrassment. There you go.
Yeah, you don't get no embarrassment. Like, you literally said, I'm cool with it because I made money, even though like shorts make other people broke, right? And there's a politician doing the thing, right? But there's a politician doing the info and saying, hey, do this and do that. You cool with it. Now, I don't give a damn about Nancy Pelosi. If she fell in the hole, like I'm an anti-capitalist. I don't care about none of that. But it's one thing to say, well, capitalism, if you work really hard. But you're like, yo, as long as the dude I'm throwing it back for breaks the rules, I'm chilling. Is that what you mean? Don't make us look bad, man. Like,
listen, when you do stocks, when you do crypto, what you do is you study the market. So when you see a good opportunity, you jump on it. Like I said,
I'm not talking about, look, how many Bitcoin do you own altogether? Don't lie to me. I can tell if you're lying.
Oh, 3.5 full Bitcoins.
Okay, that is a lie, but that's okay.
Sure.
I'm not talking about you following an opportunity. You know what I'm talking about.
Elaborate.
All right. There's a difference between you, who knows nothing, following an opportunity and making money. More power to you, whether it's true or not. And the son of the president of the United States of America, suddenly like that's less lucky, right? Like that's not like, ooh, I studied. Barron didn't like go to an Econ 101 class. How old is this dude? And say, yo, I'm a prodigy. I studied the market and I knew exactly when to do a thing. You don't believe that, right?
Well, to be specific,
no, you're right.
Jeff, he's like 19 and he actually flunked out of 1 year at New York University. Like he's not even in college anymore after one semester. I mean.
All right. So that's your prodigy, right?
Well, like I said,
so much for the galaxy.
True. First of all, because it needs to be proven true.
No, forget proven true. We're not going to court. You
Why?
know, our people,
Why? Because if it's false, then we're talking a narrative that doesn't exist.
Listen, la gente de nosotros, we don't wait for that shit, right? I can see it, right? When if somebody sneaks a domino into my game, I'm not waiting for no trial. I could peep that from a mile away, right? I'm 177,
but you got to peep it first.
177th Street and Broadway all day. Like you cannot con me. So when you tell me some 19-year-old kid had the down low on some crypto and made almost $2 billion, and you like, yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, but insider trading is something that happens quick. Like once it happens, you get caught right away.
$2 billion in one day. That seems reasonable. Fine.
Okay, how long
¿Qué estamos haciendo aquí? What are we doing?
You're just trying to prove his point. You sound like a Democrat to me as well.
I'm not a Democrat. Look, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a philosopher. I'm asking, why are you getting?
You're a philosopher.
I'm a philosopher. Let me ask you this: if Nancy Pelosi made money on the stock market, would you immediately think it's insider trading?
I've been bashing her since she got in. Yes, it is. Like every time.
Good. Has she been charged with anything?
No, you're right.
All right, great. So that's corruption. High five to you. You spotted the con. I agree with you. I think she a piece of shit. Now, when Trump and his family make money on the stock market, is that insider trading?
It should be.
Watch him say, let's wait for the evidence.
It should be.
Is it?
It should be.
It should be. Is it though? Are you doing the same bashing? Because I'm going to bash Nancy Pelosi and her husband.
Exactly. I'm going to bash Pelosi because I'm a Republican. I'd rather.
That's fine, but what about Trump, bud?
It's the same way I bash it. Listen, Pana, it's the same way.
You're not on any train, so you can bash whatever you want.
Dummy.
You can fight both sides.
Honest. Hey, I bash the Red Sox because I'm a Yankee fan. Period. Point blank.
And I bash the Yankees because I'm a Red Sox fan.
I don't know what.
Yeah. Period. Point blank. That's fine. You like Big Papi? I like Derek Jeter. I don't give a damn about that. That's sports. Now we talking about facts. There's a difference between, like, this isn't teams anymore. This is people's lives. If you're just going to be like, yo, I'm okay when that crook does it, but I'm not okay with when that crook does it, that's being a sinvergüenza. That means you just throwing it back for that guy.
That's calling everybody in politics a crook, and that's the point.
No, you're not doing that, though. You just calling the ones you don't like a crook. I'm calling everybody a crook.
I just told Homeboy that I didn't know about the whole Barron thing until right now when you said.
Yeah, but even right now.
Wait. Jeff literally laid out a hypothetical situation for you where both things were equally true for both sides. And in one point, you were able to directly call out that, yes, this is insider trading. And then in the other point, you just said, well, it should be insider trading, but you did not acknowledge it with the same
years and decades. It
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All things are equal. All things are equal. The only thing that you're doing is changing the name, and you can't hold that same type of energy because the name changes from Trump, which you have a fangirl thing for versus the name of Pelosi, which you hate Pelosi. Like, that's the difference. That the only thing is the only difference is the fifis in your tum tum. That's literally the only difference.
Well, the company that made the money was World Liberty Financial.
Crazy. I'm just gonna say it's also crazy that you tell me, well, you're not on a train, so you call balls and strike. Like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Like, I'm registered, no party affiliation, right? If I vote for the shit that makes sense to me, right? But you just saying vote red, like you know how you make fun of the Democrat. I bet you've made fun of people and say, oh, vote blue no matter who. You said that, right?
Who, me? No,
Yeah.
I mean,
Have you ever made fun of Democrats and been like, yo, they just vote blue no matter who?
Don't need to make fun of them. They're a joke by themselves. No.
Yeah. Do they vote blue no matter who?
No, because I've flipped a lot of Republicans this last election. I don't know what you mean by that.
So okay, so like your ego's stuck in here. You're not listening.
It is.
Sure.
Do Democratic voters vote blue no matter who?
You're asking me. Why don't you ask a
Yes.
Democrat?
Well, you can't.
I don't vote red.
Democrats?
Like I said, I don't vote red if I don't have to.
No, you vote red, living or dead. You just said it. Look, you vote Trump, whether he here or over there or anywhere, you gonna vote Trump. You don't give a damn, right? The same exact thing you said about Nancy Pelosi, Trump has been doing since before Nancy Pelosi was able to have a checkbook. Like, if you looked, you would know that, right? Literally. And his dad and his dad's dad. You don't give a damn about that. I don't either, right? I'm willing to say Nancy Pelosi is a crook. I can even go as far as to say, and Santana will get mad at me, I think Bernie and AOC are a little crookish too. Right? But when you go to Trump and you go, hey, look, $2 billion in one day, you're like, well, that's good business.
That's good business. It's smart business.
That to me, you know what that's
great business.
Yeah, that's great business. Being a crook for you when it's a red dude is great business. So just say, I'm throwing it back for this cat. In Washington Heights, they will call you like wet behind the ears. They would see you coming in the Heights. They'd be like, this guy, yeah, let's play cards with him. All they would have to do is be like, Trump would fold in this hand.
Yeah. I just want to call out the fact that, like, literally everything that you said that you stood on, and you've mentioned like multiple things, but every single thing has been completely shown to be like a fraud. Like you literally started talking through all of these different talking points, and then as soon as I actually started to poke holes in it, you showed that you don't actually care about any of those things. It's literally just rhetoric. And FYI, I had to teach you what rhetoric means. So what you've been using is rhetoric while we're giving you actual facts, but none of that matters because Trump is your poppy. Did I say that right, Jeff? I get that right?
He's my wallet. He's my dollar bill that I have in my pocket. That's what he is. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I started off
here. I'm gonna give you an opportunity. I hate talking about
I like
Trump,
to let people talk and become.
I don't give a damn about that. Listen, go ahead. I'm just gonna give you opportunity here. Give me one metric for the American people where the economy is doing better.
I've already did that one, Jeff.
Eggs.
Eggs. Eggs is absolutely an American metric.
You see how I get you guys? Because you guys like to pick and choose what words I want to jump on.
Hey, slap
nuts. That's the word you said.
Hey, slap nuts. Eggs is not an actual metric. You can talk about the price of eggs, but the only reason the price of eggs became a thing is because you guys complained about the price of eggs. Now, to be more specific, you might want to say, consumer spending or inflation, right? Inflation. That's what you. That's what you.
You ain't say
the metric is inflation. The metric is inflation, not eggs.
You didn't say about.
The metric is inflation. The metric is not eggs.
Like I said, you guys get stuck on one word. Like
the metric is inflation. The metric is not eggs.
Okay, let me rephrase my word. Agriculture. There you go.
All right, cool.
Go ahead.
They're not.
Show me where something Trump did improved agriculture.
And agriculture is not improved.
According to you?
No,
because you're looking
according to the facts, according to the Farm Bureau. Do you follow the Farm Bureau?
You know what I love about talking about the economy? You know what I love about the economy, Swag?
Go ahead.
Is that there's no opinions. It's literally numbers. So when it comes to the economy, it's no opinions. It's just counting, right? So what I want you to do is show me something that Trump did that improved agriculture with numbers. And stop doing this thing about you guys focus on one word. We focus on the word you said. If you had said Bugs Bunny, I'd have been like, what do you mean Bugs Bunny? And you'd have been like, you just focus on one word.
What I meant when I said eggs, though. Did you?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Oh, okay.
No. That's why, look, if I had known, I wouldn't have been like, what the fuck you mean eggs? But show me the evidence of that being the case, that he directly made agriculture better.
So just to speed this up, I'm on USA.gov, right? And this is the actual tracking, the United States Department of Agriculture. And this is the month-by-month breakdown. There's literally the chart showing the development of agriculture month over month as far as what's happening in the United States. And while the actual amount of eggs, I'm sorry, not eggs, and the amount of goods in agriculture, I didn't mean to say eggs, goods in agriculture, while the amount of goods have actually decreased as far as being received, the cost of said goods have increased, meaning people are paying more for less for their agriculture products. So tell me again how agriculture has improved under Donald Trump. If people are if people are paying more but getting less, and this has happened since Trump got in office, how is that a positive? Don't worry, I'll wait.
I said, no, you're reading into something that I can't refute, because at the end of the day, like I said,
look, I'm gonna make it easier. Let's put what he said to the side. That doesn't exist. What do you have that tells me agriculture is better?
The rise in jobs, the rise in
jobs are down.
Look, you just saying words isn't helping me. You remember I told you I'm uncountable.
10% of jobs that I'm talking about is down.
Literally, listen, hold on. I was born in the Bronx, raised in Washington Heights, went to school in Harlem. There's no 3-card Monte you could play on me. Tell me the numbers. I want to see the timeshare.
While you get that, take a second. Let me do this. W's in the chat for Courtney, who sent a $3 donation saying, how dare you use your words against me, you word goblin? Exactly. That's exactly what he did. You're absolutely right. W's in the chat for Courtney. W's in the chat for Terrence, who sent a $10 donation. I can't see your personal note right now because I'm looking at it online, but when I get off, I will make sure I check that. But W's in the chat for Terrence. Thank you so much for that $10 donation. W's in the chat for Heather, who sent a $5 super chat to say, nice job drawing out the immoral nature of MAGA. It's what I do. I peer into their soul, as black and dark and empty as it is. I peer into it and I pull it right out. W's in the chat for 1B Carey, who sent a $10 super chat to say, politicians are not your identity. Being willing to F people over because your party requires no critical thinking. Stop following the false wizards behind the curtain. Exactly. W's in the chat for the donors. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything is appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, also, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. This is the main account, but we've been also doing debates on the backup account. So follow the main account and follow the backup account and drop a follow. And when you follow both of them, let me know in the chat that you follow both of them. Last but not least, we got my guy Jeff hanging out here. Show Jeff some love because this, I promise you, is not easy work. Some motherfuckers love ice skating uphill, and that's what's happening right now with Swag. We're literally ice skating uphill. So make sure we're showing Jeff some love. Let's go ahead and run his coins up. Let's go ahead and hit his pay links. Check out his website, theendofspecies.com. He has a ton of dope shit there. And last but not least, make sure you follow him as well. Again, show him some love. With that being said, a backup account means that's the other account where if something happens, you know, because the TikTok is funny, then I go live on there. But anyway, with that being said, Jeff, finish your food.
Yeah, so do we have numbers for me?
You know he didn't take that whole time to look up anything. You know he didn't do it, Jeff.
I am looking it up right now. I'm actually at State of Oregon.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God.
The thing is that you guys
Stop fucking
got a
lying.
specific topic and not specific numbers, so I have to...
You brought it up, bud. You said agriculture.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say
asked
we
me
have
for
a specific
economic
number?
indicator. I told you eggs, agriculture.
Yeah, but
Now
eggs
you want to
agriculture is just a word.
agriculture, go into a specific topic.
If you say eggs in hold on.
Hold on, bro.
If you say eggs in agriculture, that doesn't tell me.
Hold on, Jeff.
Time out.
Swag.
If you guys don't want to hear the truth.
Swag. Cálmate. If you
You're
say
letting your
eggs in agriculture, that doesn't tell me shit. If you say eggs used to be $3 and now they $2, and this is how I know, that's what I'm looking for, right? Because you're just saying eggs ain't telling me. I had eggs for breakfast.
Give me one economic indicator.
Yeah,
correct?
eggs is a noun. That's not an economic indicator.
It's not. And then you said agriculture. And so now we're saying, give us the numbers for agriculture, even though I just gave them to you. Give us the numbers for agriculture. That was, you are the one that threw that one out.
Unless
you
make you say
want
agriculture.
me to take
your word for it. You don't want me to just take your word for it. I hope you don't want me to take your word for it. I've had too much mango in my life to just take some man's word for it and just be like, yeah, eggs. That makes sense.
While he tries to figure this out, if you are in the request and you are not a Trump supporter, please drop out. We're not looking to talk to friendlies. Make sure that if you are in the request, you are a Trump supporter. We're looking for international Trump supporters, because this is what this live is supposed to be about. We're supposed to be debating international Trump supporters. But I will also take domestic Trump supporters in the meantime, in between time. So if you're not a Trump supporter and you're in the request, please make sure that you drop out. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. At this time, we're not talking to friendlies. We will be in a little bit later, but at this time, we're not. So please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. If I bring you up and you're not a Trump supporter, gonna hit you with the block. Go ahead, Swag.
I'm pulling up this year's numbers now, so I can show you the difference between 2022 and 2025. The way jobs have been increasing in the agriculture fields.
Okay, so now you're switching to the job market. Got it. Okay, cool.
What do you mean? I'm switching. I'm talking about agriculture. Agriculture is the bigger picture, and there's different sectors of that. And you guys were the one.
You're talking about when you said jobs, we were talking about, because you said eggs. Like, so you're telling me eggs equals jobs. That's what you're trying to say.
Now you guys are rolling in your own
Swag, just to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying egg, because your first word that you said was eggs. So you're saying correct. Eggs equals jobs.
Pause. Before you keep going and ranting. Eggs. What did I mean by eggs? Well, you saw how the prices of eggs dropped.
You were talking about the price of eggs going down. And now correct. You're talking about jobs connected to eggs. You're talking about egg jobs. You're literally talking about egg jobs. You never said egg jobs to start, but now you're saying egg jobs.
I never said egg jobs, and I never would.
That's what you're trying to say right now. You're trying to talk about egg jobs. You said you're pulling up the job numbers in agriculture.
Listen, that's what Dems do. We love doing that stuff.
You are the one that brought up egg jobs now.
Dog, I've been on your live for about 20 minutes now, and I've been sitting here letting y'all guys speak the whole time.
Bro, just bring up the numbers. Now we're talking about jobs. Chat, just to make sure everyone knows, now we're talking about jobs in the agriculture sector. So just to make sure. Anyway, go ahead. It's for you guys, for just a FYI, because I just saw this in the chat. My pay links, it's Santana speaks for you. It's not 24 anymore. I had to change it. Please don't use that 24. I think someone has repurposed it or whatever, but do not use the 24. It's Santana speaks for you. If you send it to that 24 one, someone's like conning people. So please be aware. Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, like I was saying, I said the word eggs to see if you guys would think about agriculture, but unfortunately, you guys didn't.
Yeah, it was a word association.
There you go again. You see what I mean?
It's a word association game.
Want to talk? You don't want to listen.
You're so addicted to the meta that you don't have any substance. Why did the egg prices drop? I'm taking the kid gloves off. Why did the egg prices drop?
I'm so glad you did. I've already told him. You said oil?
Stabilized.
You said oil?
The egg prices went up.
According to who?
Wait, no. Hold on, Jeff. Did you just say oil? I want to make sure that's what you said. Did you say oil?
Gasoline, correct.
So gas made the egg prices go down.
Yes.
You have no fucking idea what you're doing. Holy
So you're telling me that
shit.
gas prices does not affect the price of your food? I guess not. Yeah, I guess you guys don't believe that either.
Yo, all right, listen. According to who? According to
7,900 from Purdue University. 7,900 food and biomaterial production has been up 18% since 2022. Management and business.
What are you reading right now?
25. Huh?
What are you reading right now?
Purdue University information.
Okay, Purdue University. And what's the title of what you're reading?
Give me 2 seconds. Scrolling up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on my phone. Sorry, it's not a computer.
Oh, you good? You good?
Employment opportunities for graduates.
Employment.
National Institute of Food and Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
All right. So the U.S. Department of Agriculture, what do they say caused retail egg prices to go down?
That's not. I'm not
He
talking
was
about.
just talking about jobs.
That's the source, right? But they're sourcing the USDA, right?
Let go of the eggs, okay? Because eggs was more of a pun to see if you guys would be on the same level.
Eggs wasn't a fucking pun. Eggs. You didn't know what you were talking about.
Price fluctuation was the reason I said eggs. That's why he asked me.
What caused I'm just going to ask the question again. According to the USDA, what caused the retail egg prices to fall?
Ask them. I'm not. Once again,
well, they'll tell you.
It wasn't fucking oil. I'll tell you that.
They did an analysis and they could tell you.
Yeah, what did they say then?
The wholesale egg prices dropped. Why did wholesale egg prices drop?
Production?
No, it was just a change in pricing strategies. Because they were price gouging before and then they weren't price gouging after. Now they didn't say that, but they just literally said, hey, it's just a contrast in pricing strategies. They changed the thing in the wholesale egg price. You can look this up yourself. They'll tell you. It says retail egg prices fall following declining wholesale prices. That's what it says. That's on the USDA website.
All right. Do you know that the stocks?
And also, let me just call this out for you because, like, I think that I don't know. They have not posted the actual unemployment rate for the month of September yet for the agriculture industry, but they have posted the actual numbers for July and August. What do you think the unemployment rate was for July in the agriculture sector? Don't worry, I'll
somewhere around.
It's 3.6. 3.6%.
Real quick for the chat, everybody who's saying, like, I know about the bird flu. That's what caused the price to go up.
Yeah,
right.
Like, he don't know that.
Speculation, correct?
Not
you
speculation.
Don't know, it's not speculation. It's literally the bird flu.
Supply.
Exactly.
Not speculation. Like, actually,
literally.
This isn't them looking to the future. This is This is them looking at it with meta glasses. Hindsight being 2020. They said, "Oh, we ain't got shit. We're gonna charge more for that shit." That's supply and demand.
But
that's 7th grade econ.
July, it was at 3.6%. Would you like to guess what it was in August?
It should have been up to 2.8, 2.9.
August, it was 6%. August, it was 6%. July, 3.6. August, 6%. We have not gotten the numbers yet for September. So if there was in July, there was 3.6 unemployment, and now In August, there's 6% unemployment. Does that mean unemployment's going up or down?
Going up, of course.
Okay. So you were wrong. Anyway, go ahead, Jeff. Finish your food.
All right. So, and then you said oil prices, and that hasn't even
oil.
That's been flat. Like oil prices, but if anything, one could make an argument that they've gone up, but like it's been flat. Like, where have oil prices gone? Like plummeted? You get 99-cent gas.
Yeah, you see, you guys are using statistics today to explain what statistics we were speaking about before. So now you guys gone so round and round that y'all don't even know.
Yes, we're looking at numbers. I told you. This is why I love talking. This is why it's so frustrating.
How dare you look at numbers?
Yeah, like it's so frustrating for you because this is why I told you. Even though I'm an anti-capitalist, talking about numbers is so fucking easy because it's not an opinion. Like if you tell me gas prices went down and I'm like, before it was 320, now it's 321. That shit didn't go down. Even if it was 319, I wouldn't say it went down. It's just, it's flat. If you can't just say shit. And you're not saying it's gonna go down in the future. You're not doing speculation talk. You're saying it did do a thing. And then when I look at the thing, it didn't do that thing. That's just counting. That's do más dos son cuatro, cuatro y dos son seis. That's a song we used to sing when we were little.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, you guys are saying 2 + 2 is 5, and
yeah. Okay, so cool. 2 + 2 is 5, right? Now we got to embarrass you. So let's go to the EPI gas prices. No problem.
You see how you guys are
says gas prices now. Hold on, the regular gas prices. They have you're saying they have gone down?
Sure, if you want to say that.
If I want to say that, no, I'm asking what you're saying. I'm not saying stupid shit.
I ain't saying nothing about gas prices going down. That's what I'm saying. You guys get stuck on a word and just ride with it instead of listening to the content.
When you said oil,
the context of what's being said.
When you said oil, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like egg wash that they put on the outside of the eggs?
Yeah, that's what you should have asked like 20 minutes ago.
Cool. So what oil? What is the oil that affects?
He literally Jeff. No, fuck that. He said oil, and I said, "Do you mean oil?" And then you said gas prices. That's what you said.
Correct.
Exactly.
So now
that's
we do mean
what
gas
we're fucking talking about. You just said that you weren't talking about gas, but you said you were talking about gas earlier. Stop fucking gaslighting us. We know what you said.
I said I wasn't talking about gas prices going up or down. Listen to the context.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's
so when gas prices stay the same.
So hold on. If you're not mentioning gas prices and the change in gas prices, then what does the actual non-change in gas prices have to do with the cost of eggs?
Word salad.
No.
Say that again.
Answer the fucking question. You said.
Repeat your question. And see if you understand your own words.
You mentioned. We said why did the price of eggs go up? You said oil. I said, what do you mean by oil? You said gas prices. And so you said gas prices are the reason why the cost of eggs are up. But now you're saying you're not talking about the fluctuation of gas prices. You're just saying gas prices is the cost of eggs going up. So if the price of the gas prices, you're not referring to any change in gas prices, why would you bring up gas prices being a factor in the cost of eggs going up if you're not changing the price of gas?
Let me teach you guys one thing. Factors that make prices go up is not just one thing. For example,
I agree.
Like you said, I'm not even going to bring that example because you're going to get lost in that.
God.
One of the factors that did increase gas prices was that
we're not asking about the increasing. Are you okay,
see
man?
What I mean? When I go to speak,
we're not asking about the increase.
Hold on, Jeff. Let him demonstrate what he knows. Go ahead, Swag.
I have you guys jumping down my throat the second I say.
Stop complaining and just go.
Dumb.
Swag, stop complaining and just go.
I gotta keep complaining because you guys keep doing the same thing I'm complaining about.
Hey, no one cares about your feelings. Just say what you have to say.
Once again, let's start over. The prices of eggs shot up because one of the factors was gas prices. It comes into transportation because at the end of the day, it takes trucks and stuff to move it from the farm to the store. So that's one of the indicators that made eggs go up. There's a lot more, like you were saying.
No. Stop right there. Stop right there. I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go past it now. That's what you just said.
What I mean? I'm not going past
because
it.
you were. I don't want you to talk about the other factors.
Where was I going with it then? Where was I going with it?
Stop right there. So you said one of the indicators that actually has impact on the price of eggs is gas. You talked about the fuel in the trucks when it comes to eggs. I agree. It's an indicator. It's a factor. I also agree there's multiple factors. Now, in order for that factor to actually mean anything, to have any type of impact, what has to happen to that factor?
If it doesn't have an impact, it wouldn't be a factor. What are you talking about?
What has to happen for that factor to have an impact?
It wouldn't be a factor, Chief. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, let me break it down Barney style for you. If the price of gas does not change, do you have to increase your prices or decrease your prices on eggs if that factor does not cause any type of impact?
Depends on the other factors.
Yes or no? Yes or no? We're talking about this one factor. You're trying to skate around all of it. You did not mention those other factors. You specifically called out gas prices. If gas prices do not change, hey, Swag, if gas prices do not change, do you have to change the prices of eggs? Yes or no?
Yes.
Why?
Because there are other factors.
We're not talking about the other factors. We're talking about the one. You're being disingenuous. Okay, hold on.
You have to talk about the other
Swag. Now we're at this point, right? We're at an inflection point, Swag. We're at an inflection point. You now have two options, and I need you to pick one. Either you're being disingenuous or you're stupid. Which one of the two is it? Because you cannot tell me that you don't get what I'm saying. So either you're disingenuous or you're stupid. And I need to understand which one I'm dealing with. Because I can do stupid, but I can't do disingenuous. So I'm going to send you a request to come off mute, and I need you to tell me, are you stupid or are you in disingenuous? Which one?
I'm both.
Okay. All right, cool. That's all I need to know. W's in the chat for Renee for the $15 donation. Renee said, thank you for what you do. Renee, thank you so much for the 15. You're fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Megan, who sent $1 donation and said, hey, Santana, I had to say how much I love the meatloaf on your background and screen. That's MAGA 100%. You fucking know it. That's literally them. Also, W's in the chat for Erica over on YouTube, who sent a $4.99 YouTube super chat to say their brains are truly far from reality, or are they just willing to deny reality to this level of idiocy to avoid admitting they were conned? Yes. The answer is yes. W's in chat for the gifters. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I did a little trick there early when I said something about AOC, and you didn't even flinch. And I know you like AOC. You didn't even flinch. You were like, it wouldn't surprise. That was me demonstrating that you can look at people you like support and criticize them. This dude like did backflips on the pole to try to be like, nah, my man. It's I don't understand.
My man. Absolutely.
I don't get it.
Keisha, are you a Trump supporter? Keisha, are you a Trump supporter? I think Keisha realized she's up here. Guys, if you're in the request, please make sure that you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up. If you're a Trump supporter, we are only looking for some debates. Also, if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Last but not least, guys, make sure you hit the follow button. This is the main account. Hit that follow button up at the top. Also, follow the backup account. I'm bouncing back and forth doing lives on both of them. So make sure you hit the follow button on both of them. And also show Jeff some love. Jeff is here. Make sure we're showing Jeff some love. Make sure that we're also, following Jeff. Ivan, are you a Trump supporter? Ivan, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm going to drop you down. Guys, do me a favor, because there's people in the box, and I think there's some friendlies in the box. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. But if you see the person at the bottom, if the two little people, if they're gray, that means that you're in the request and you're ready to debate. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We're looking for international MAGA, but at this point, I'll talk to any MAGA. So only request up if you are ready to debate. If you see the gray person at the bottom, that means you're in the request and you're here to debate. You're here to debate. Minnie, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh,
Minnie,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm not a Trump. No way.
Right, no worries. Guys, again, take a look. If you see the gray at the bottom, that means that you are in the request and you're here to debate. Make sure that you are here for debates. I think it's I can't really see because of the way that it's. Are you a Trump supporter? I think it's Mistura. Mistura, are you a Trump supporter? Imha Lover 259. Mistura. Okay, yeah, I don't think you are. And drop you down. Let's see here. Missouri. Got it. Missouri. The fluffiest captain. Are you a Trump supporter?
I love you, Santana. I love you.
Guys, while I appreciate your support, please don't do that. Like, seriously, that I appreciate you, but please respect my boundaries. Like, I really do appreciate all the support, but don't do that. Not while we're looking for debates. I mean, we're literally trying to keep this going. And I said there'll be a time where we actually get an opportunity to speak with friendly. So please, guys, in all seriousness, like, please respect my boundaries. That's not what I'm looking for. Connor, are you a Trump supporter? Okay. And last but not least, let's try this person. You said whiny host? Yeah, guess what? User? I'm going to send you a request up. I want you to come up here and tell me about me whining. And now you are muted, so you don't even get to whine about me whining. How about that? Until you actually, muster up the machismo to get in the box. Swag, are you still in the chat complaining? I'm a word goblin, I guess. W's in the chat for It's Plant, who sent a $5 donation saying, from where did you get that hat? Love your streams. Well, first and foremost, W's in the chat for It's Plant for the $5 donation. I got it from my wife. This is her hat. She ordered it off Amazon. So there's that. It is a W hat. I fucking love it. I saw it and I was like, yep. And yes, Swag is still there crying. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything is appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. The premise behind this live is to actually speak to Swag. You're not coming back up here. You might as well go ahead and get out the box. Is to speak to Trump supporters who are international. Now, while I am opening the door to international Trump supporters, because they, for some reason, always like to come to our lives and try to debate us. And I always say, get your own fascists. It's weird that you admire our fascists. This is the one time that I'm actually opening up the door and you guys are actually too scared. I know you're yeah, sure, Swag. Yeah, I'm opening up the door and you guys aren't even here. Now, I have a few things that I believe this is why you support Trump. You have the opportunity to prove me wrong, but I know you can't. I think that you guys support Trump because you're a wannabe. You want to be an American so bad that you are for some reason hanging on to like this populist movement. You see what is happening and you're actually not, you're outside of it and you want to be a part of it so bad. And that's why you're actually doing this. That's why you're supporting it. Connor, I just sent you a request. You're muted. You were in the request. You were on the panel and you ran. So don't talk about running. Now you're muted, bud. And the only way that you'll have a voice again is if you get in a box. So now either you get to yap from outside of the club or you get up here, put on a pair of big boy pants. Anyway, I bet you don't. I bet you don't means that you guys don't even know what's happening. You don't know things. You have no idea what's happening, and that's why you support him. All the isms, Donald Trump, the Republican Party, they absolutely represent racism, the sexism, classism, all the phobias. Literally, they're a party of hate, and you like the hate. That's it. Oppress me harder. I know some of you guys still have kings in other countries and you love the oppression. And that's literally why you actually are here. Jake, you said I'm wrong. Cool. Jake, I'm going to mute you. It looks like you already have a request to come up. Jake, no one cares what you have to say from the chat. MAGA, I don't understand why you guys think that someone cares what you say in the chat. Say it with your chest. Anyway, last but not least, Mom, Meatloaf. You guys are a bunch of incels. You guys are a bunch of basement dwellers. You are perpetually online. You haven't touched grass. You haven't seen sunlight. You are so far from reality, so far down the rabbit hole that you saw this, whatever it is, this fascist regime taking a hold across the ocean, and you said, I need me some of that. I need me a piece of that. And that's why you support Trump. Prove me wrong. Get up here and prove me wrong. If you're a Trump supporter, request up and prove me wrong. Las Casavana, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am. I don't classify with like, oh, I'm full blown Republican or Democrat. I used to identify with being a Democrat, but there are many reasons I do support Trump. I don't feel like it's my job to convince anyone to believe how I believe. So, you say like, it's your job to convince me or sway me. That I don't take that on as my job, but there are reasons why I do support Trump. And like, I'm a mom of 8. My family were immigrants. So I'm not coming, my children are Black and Hispanic. I'm Cuban myself. So I'm not coming even from like a racist mind state. Like I wasn't raised like that. Or
sure. Let me stop you for a second because you're, kind of soapboxing, but let me make sure that I actually get across what I'm saying. Sure. It's not about convincing me of something. Mm-hmm. It's about proving that you actually believe it. And
right.
Like, or you can try to prove to me that you care about these things or that these aren't the things that you're about, but I'm about to stress test
why I feel that way. Right.
And I'm gonna stress test that and see if you actually hold to those principles. So that's the point of this. So just an FYI. Also, W's in the chat for is a plan for the $10 donation and the party confetti. Thank you so much for that $10 donation. And also W's in the chat for Taro. Hey, Taro, for the $5 donation or super chat to say, this isn't a thing yet, but all these foods that keep that brown eggs are whole wheat. Yeah, who's saying brown eggs are whole wheat? Holy smokes. W's in the chat for the gift, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links and the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. And again, guys, show Jeff some love. I haven't heard Jeff say thank you yet. Make sure you guys are showing Jeff some love as well while he's hanging out.
I'm
gonna say this. I'm spreading that whole wheat thing. I'm gonna spread that rumor. Brown eggs is whole wheat. I'm putting that on. I'm putting that on tweets and everything.
Yeah. Anyway, the floor is yours. Tell me why you are you in the U.S. or out of the U.S.?
I'm in the U.S.
Okay. Tell me why you support Trump. Or wait, hold on. One more thing. You said that you wouldn't call yourself MAGA or a Democrat.
Yeah.
Did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't. I actually did not vote. I did not vote.
Okay. But you support him today.
There's certain things that I do support, like the restrictions on certain decisions that he's making as far as budget and things like that. And
okay, wait, just to be clear, because I want to make sure I know who I'm talking to. If there were election today, and you know everything that you do know, and the options again were Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
If I had to vote,
yes,
I probably would end up voting for Trump. I wouldn't vote for Kamala because there's there's a lot of two-faced situations with Kamala when she was a prosecuting attorney. I don't feel that.
Don't say the name of D Ruggs on live. I'd have to kick you. So make sure you don't say any actual names. Okay.
Oh yeah, sure. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. You're good.
Yeah. So it's just, you know, I kind of like the in your face shit. I don't have to agree with everything you say. I love authenticity. I know Trump is an asshole, and I can admit that. You know, he doesn't portray the Republican Party in a way that someone would want it to be portrayed. I get that 100%. But the other person, on the other hand, kind of is more two-faced about it, and these things are done in the dark. And when she was a prosecuting attorney, she wasn't for Black people either. So I don't want to just jump on
say
her
that?
because my kids are Black.
Why do you say that?
She prosecuted and put people in jail for a long amount of time for
Where'd you get that information from?
Well, it's true. Look it up. You can look
No,
it.
I have. I'm trying to. I've already looked it up. But where are you getting that information from?
From looking it up as well. In the beginning, when I was gonna vote.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God! Stop fucking lying.
There's no way you looked that up.
Fine.
There's
I'll
no way you looked that up.
Let me get my other cell phone. Look, you like to talk facts. Let me get my other cell phone.
Sure. Go ahead and pull up the information and show me where it was proven that Kamala Harris not only at a disproportional rate locked up Black people, but also gave them long sentences.
Sorry, I had to go to my office to get my other phone.
You're fine.
Oh, and then so while I'm looking this up, I just
past that. I don't want you to move past that.
I'm not moving past it, but I want to. There's a comment in there that they were saying that I have 8 kids, that they hope I have money. Not only do I have a great corporate job that pays me well, I own land myself, and my goal is.
Hey, you're up here on the panel. Don't talk to the chat. You're up here on the panel. You engage with us. Like, don't worry about the chat. What were you saying, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm gonna say W to its plan for the 5 on CA, and the message, that Pitbull joint. That's the joint. And a W to Ricky for the 5 on CA as well. Thank you. I appreciate you.
W's in the chat for all the gifters. You guys are fucking awesome.
So we're looking at the rate of Black incarcerations, correct? For
specifically under Kamala Harris while she was district attorney of California. Yes. Okay. And not just the rate of incarceration, but the rate of incarceration prosecuted by her, by either her or people within her office.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the State of California Department of Justice. So that's where I'm going to try to get the information.
Okay, that's fine.
I just like giving you guys the resource information.
Mm-hmm.
These are talking about recent. Well, it's showing that recent arrests for Hispanics and Blacks have actually dropped. So that's pretty crazy. But that wouldn't have a with her. New release. Let's see here. Arrests and racial disparities. Sorry, you have to like dive in deep for.
47.
It says error 404 page cannot be located on the actual page. Office of the Attorney General is not showing it.
Mm-hmm. You want to know why?
Well, why would they block that information?
Well, it's not blocked. It's the information isn't available because the actual incarceration, as far as the people, is not a metric that's tracked. So you literally have been propagandized to believe that Kamala Harris disproportionately prosecuted and incarcerated Black people when that's not even the case. Hold on, listen. That's not even the case. Now, what you do want to look for is look for the amount of people that she's tried and the actual incarceration rate for the amount of people that she's tried. Fun fact, I'll give it to you.
Because she wasn't successful.
Sure.
Doesn't mean it wasn't her.
No. Sure. I'll give it to you. She prosecuted over 1,900. I think the exact number is 1942 or something like that. Anyway, she prosecuted over 1,900 people, and only 45 were actually sentenced. But that's because of another reason. So you can look that up, and I can even tell you why.
The racial. Okay. So if
they don't do it by racial categories. That's you. That's you. You're literally propagandized by that.
So now my question is, because she was not successful, does not mean the intent was not there. You know what I mean? If you're a shitty prosecutor, she was
very successful. Again, I just literally said yes. Yes, you don't know why. You don't know why. You hear the numbers and you think, oh, she's horrible at her job. Actually, she was fucking amazing. Would you like to know why?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Because Kamala Harris started a program called the Back on Track program that actually helped with people so they would not have to be incarcerated for petty crimes such as D-rugs. And so what that actually allowed those people to do was do things like attain their GED, attain jobs, and go through other rehabilitation programs instead of being incarcerated. Literally, she gave those people, instead of sending them to jail, she gave them an opportunity to get their life back. And those 45 some odd people that ended up going to jail, they went to jail because there was a connected crime, meaning not only was there a D-rug crime, but they were also doing an additional crime with the D-rug. So Kamala Harris was not a sucky district attorney. She was actually awesome, but she cared more about reforming people versus incarcerating people. W's in the chat for me.
Hey, I respect your opinion, but it's
not an opinion. It's an actual fact. You guys don't know how facts and opinions work.
No, give the source.
Sure.
Give the source.
Sure.
Because if you show me and you tell me the sky is purple outside, I'm not going to believe it until I see a source for it.
I want to remind you that we started this by you saying that she was indiscriminately arresting Black people.
Yeah. I'm still looking for sources right now, because now
there's two,
even on the Open Justice in the Office of the Attorney General, when you click on information about her, it is not releasing information.
Sure, it sounds like
why that is.
Go ahead, Jeff.
You know why that is?
And the website is openjustice.dog.ca.gov. So you can see I'm not going to like any.
I'm just asking the question again. Do you know why that is?
No, how would I know why something's not being released?
It's not that it's not being released, it's that it's no longer available. But do you know why that is?
No, I don't know why that is.
This is known by anybody who researches this stuff.
But she says she researched it, Jeff.
That's what I'm saying. And the source is not. Maybe that's because they were incorrect at what they released and they had to remove it. Like, for instance, if that was the case and we had a resource or a wiki for something.
Look, hold on. Maybe the Tooth Fairy did it. I don't want to do the maybes. Okay. I just showed everybody my pretty face for a little bit because sometimes you got to do that after you get a haircut. But it's because what they do is they take the data after a while and they just summarize it. See, here's the summary of all the data.
What website is that?
This is the same website you're on.
Why?
Because you've never seen this site before. Exactly. You've never seen this site in your entire life.
Let me show you the
when you've never seen a site before, like see, here's the URL you gave.
I'm sure it's the same
that's
website.
fine, but wait, hold on 1 second, Jeff. Please stop speaking while Jeff is speaking. He's literally trying to give you the information that you asked for. That's fine. Let's wait. You can turn off your camera, and I want you, instead of trying to prove something, I want you to actually pay attention to what's happening.
So here's what happens, right? Like I have a website and there are hidden places in my website that you can never find because I haven't linked them. And sometimes I show them to my mods before I link them.
Yeah.
This is kind of like that. There are places here that aren't linked on the top level. And if you go and research, you'll find it. So they have all of these things. Now, the racial component to these arrests are usually found on the FBI website, depending on if the police specifically report them. I'll give you an example. Like here's just general arrests. No, the police, like the UCR doesn't say this precinct versus that precinct. It just gives you a total. So this is arrests, right? And I'm just going to hit arrests here, right? And I'm just going to say view. Now, what you'll notice is this funny year. This is a wonderful year because it's the year I was born. And this chart goes all the way down. You keep going. It's a whole bunch of 1980 with, by the way, all this, right? 1980. And where it stops, I'm just gonna take this all the way to where it stops, is sometimes you can get this to go down to 1984, right? But they don't do that anymore. They don't do the tracking that way unless it's specific police departments. So if you've ever seen this website before, you would know that there's this section here. If you've actually researched this, and you would know that that data, even when it was available, was not separated by race. Now, I'm no fan of Kamala Harris, so I actually am really angry with you for making me defend her because I don't like defending cops. Period. Full stop. But I'm not gonna lie. Like, I got tons I could say about police without lying, right? Like,
also
police across the board. Wait, and just to be clear, are you saying that the reason that you have this thing against Kamala Harris is because she unfairly targeted Black people? Is that
no, it's just overall, like, you know, when someone just, when you listen to them, you don't feel it. Like, okay,
that's fine. Hold on. I don't want to go too far away from that because I have something else as well. So no, I don't want to talk about your fifis yet. I don't care about
it. I want to stay on the fact that you said, hold on. I don't care about that. If she says something and it screeches your ears, that's irrelevant to me. You said she unfairly targeted Black people. Is that correct?
I don't believe she's for the Black community. I don't believe.
Great. Who's for stop and frisk?
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
That's easy. That's super easy.
Now, remember when I first came on here, I said
no. Hold on. I want to give you what we were already talking about. I don't want you to spin. I don't want you to pivot in. So if you actually go, there's multiple sources you can look at, but you can go to the Bureau of Justice.gov, but you can also go to, which I prefer, the State of California Justice.gov, where if you go to the actual site, it gives you a detailed breakdown of the Back on Track program. This is from an article on October the 11th, 2016. And it's Attorney General Kamala D. Harris releases Back on Track in Los Angeles report, a blueprint for public-private partnership to reduce recidivism. And it gives you the link to specifically, it breaks down the plan and then also the multiple benefits and factors. And it shows not only the actual reduction in arrest, but also the implications as far as the program. The fact that 80.6% of the people that benefited from this program were either Black or Hispanic. 46% of the people that benefited from the program were Hispanic, and 21% were Black. Right. It also talked about, like, it tells you about their grade level, like all of these different things.
Come from, since we're talking like facts, do you know why it would be more people benefited from it?
Hey, I don't care about your pivot. The point that I'm making is that no. I need, does Kamala Harris arrest people? Did Kamala Harris arrest them? Yes or no? I don't know who muted you, but I'll send you a request to come off mute. Answer the question. Did Kamala Harris arrest them? Yes or no?
It's up to.
Did Kamala Harris arrest them? Yes or no?
It's up to the state attorney whether or not.
Did Kamala Harris arrest those people? Yes or no? Exactly.
Police officers can arrest. It's the state attorney that prosecutes, honey.
Exactly.
So
that's my okay. Hey, if you stop yelling and you actually listen, then you're answering your own point. You are trying to insinuate it's because of the amount of people that were actually arrested. Kamala Harris did not arrest those people, and Kamala Harris did not lock those people up. The point that I'm making is out of those people that, hey, shushies, I need you to have self-control.
No,
I need you to have, no, shushies. You're a mother of 8, act like it. I'm sure your kids can hear you yelling. Stop it.
My kids
Stop shushies. Act like you have some self-control. Okay? Like, I don't want to keep muting you. I would really like for us to get back to just the conversation. So please stop it. The point that I'm saying is that this program that was created by Kamala Harris and her team overwhelmingly benefited Black and brown people, and it drove down the need to actually incarcerate people after being arrested. That's the point, and that's what happened. So your premise behind Kamala Harris locking Black people up for longer sentences is not only false, but it's unfounded based off of the work that she actually did. That's my point. You're wrong. You're wrong. Now you may speak.
It's quite easy for me to create an organization that's going to help a specific person that we specifically are assisting in them being prosecuted. Okay, it makes you look good. I get it. If you love her, whatever it is that you support on her, that's you. But everything is manipulated. People do good things after they did something bad. It's not always from the heart that they're doing it good. Obviously, you're going to create an organization that's going to lift you up.
Hold on, Jeff. Let her finish.
No, if it's something that has to do with what I'm saying right now, I'd rather him not lose.
No, I would really rather you finish with your soapbox because we keep jumping in. I would really rather you finish on your soapbox.
Okay. Soapbox. See what I'm saying? Like, not one time have I disrespected or undermined either.
I don't care about you whining and crying. I just want you to finish what you were saying.
It's about being.
I literally would just like for you to finish what you're saying. I don't care about your feelings. I just want you to finish what you were saying. This is why
I said it's like you guys don't want to. I'm not saying you guys because Jeff, you haven't disrespected me, but
I don't care about your feelings.
But if I'm going to speak, then allow me to speak.
Bro. I keep telling you to go. You keep wanting to talk about your feelings. I'm sorry, but I don't give a shit about your feelings. I would like for you to finish your point. Oh, and she runs because she doesn't have a point. She literally did not have a point. She was wrong. She couldn't admit that she was wrong. She crashed and she ran.
Here's the thing is like, of the two of us, one of us, of the three of us, two of us brought up data from actual sources. Another one brought up a 404 page and had no idea why it was like that. And then said, hey, she must have arrested. Like, of all the white folk that are in charge of California and doing all this nonsense, the one thing we're going to do is blame the Black woman. Crazy work, right?
Yep.
So that's number one. Then number two, act as if the person that she up here caping for is not literally disproportionately targeting Black people.
Yep.
Make it make sense.
Guys, make sure if you're in the request that you're a Trump supporter, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. I see people in the request, but I know for a fact some of them are friendlies, but do not request up if you're a friendly. We're only looking for Trump supporters. So whether you're an international Trump supporter or hell, even if you're domestic, please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're only looking to speak with Trump supporters.
I'm going to drop because I got to get some libation, but I will tell everybody, I don't know how y'all do this. I do not know. I was getting text messages, Santana, saying, yo, please help Santana not get an aneurysm. Like that's what they telling me, because they're like, yo, this man going through all of it right now. With
bro, when I tell you I don't get strokes, I give them.
Hey, yo, all right. On that note,
that was a line. That was a line from Any Given Sunday.
No pause.
FYI, that was a line from Any Given Sunday.
Yeah, I feel you, but no pause. Yes, Diddy. Yes, Robert. All of that. Let's go. But yeah, love y'all. I'll chat with y'all later.
Have a peace. I appreciate you, Jeff. W's in the chat for Jeff. Also, W's in the chat for Ricky. Ricky sent a $3 donation saying, "You're better than me tolerating this nonsense." Listen, like all I want is like actual facts, actual information, actual intelligent conversation. Like that's it. So W's in the chat for Terrell, who sent a $2 super chat to say, "Me and science says brown eggs are whole wheat." Stop it. Brown eggs are not whole wheat. Stop saying that. W's in the chat for the gift, guys. Anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks to you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Anything is accepted. Everything is appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hey, MAGA, if you guys wondering why you keep getting muted in the chat, it's because no one cares about your actual thoughts in the chat. If you want to make a statement, get in the box. Otherwise, you will be muted because, you get center stage. You don't get to actually participate in the chat. USAS, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Are you in the U.S. or outside of the U.S.?
I'm in the U.S.
Okay, perfect. One more thing, sorry. W's in the chat for Erica, who sent a $25 donation saying, why do you keep telling people no friendlies in the chat? No. I'm saying no friendlies request up and you can stay in the chat. But as far as Trump supporters, they don't get to actually talk in the chat because I give them center stage. And as far as friendlies, at a certain point, I'm going to start bringing friendlies up, especially my international friendlies, so we can actually talk. But that's what I was talking about. Also, W's in the chat for Corey. Corey sent a $3 donation saying, really, Corey? Or corn husk whole wheat? I have no idea, and I don't care. So there's that. W's in the chat for December of Cards, who sent a $5 super chat to say, just for learning the game. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that donation. All right. I'm sorry. What can I call you? Because I'm going to mess it up if I keep trying to call you USAS.
Nick.
Nick. I would like for you. This background is for the international MAGA people, but I would like to know from you. Right, specifically from you, do you actually care? Oh, Declan. Oh, that's what it is. Not December. Deck of cards. That's Declan. Sorry. Do you actually care about any of the things that you guys say that you care about, or is it all just like? Is it all just for shits and giggles or shiggles, as I always say?
Like what?
Multiple things. Like you guys scream that you care about DEI and you care about Antifa. You care about.
I don't like DEI personally. No.
Oh, okay. Tell me why.
Because I think it it doesn't go off of merit. It goes off and gives people credentials whenever they don't earn them.
That's a really good thought. Got it. I guess my question would be, before we go too far, what is DEIA?
I don't know. Diversity, equity, inclusion, acceptance, or something. I don't know.
Nope.
What is it?
It's accessibility. It's
accessibility.
Yeah. So I guess if you don't know what DEIA is, then why would you have one strong feeling or the other about something then you don't actually know what it is?
Just what the core philosophy of it is. Plus, I like your real quick. I like your Free Palestine hat when they're so vehemently anti-liberal. Like they're completely against anything.
I don't care about your talking point.
It's just funny that you support them.
That's fine. I don't care about your talking.
They're so anti-liberal.
Listen, hey, Nick, I don't care about your talking point. I don't.
No, yeah, I'm just pointing out.
Yeah, I hear you, but I don't want to pivot to the G side. Like I want to stay where we are.
No, we're not even talking about that. I'm just
that's fine. Please and thank you.
Completely are vehemently against anything.
That's fine. Hey, that's fine. So let's finish this conversation. You said that it's the core principle of quote unquote DEI, but you don't know what it is, so you don't truly know what the core
I've already told you what
are.
the core philosophy of it is.
You haven't. You told me what you think it is, but you don't know.
Yeah, it's not based on merit. It's trying to get like equal, inclusion between, I guess, different, races or genders. Because it doesn't go off merit. It tries to have.
No. I'm saying how so? How do you actually get diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility? How do they do that?
I don't know, like how the company works or whatever.
Sure. Would you like for me to tell you?
I mean, if you want to, you can.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. The way that DEIA does that is by removing biases. So you're not actually focusing on anything except merit. Literally, the point of DEIA is removing said biases that would distract you from looking at anything except merit. It's literally merit based. It's literally what you guys say that you want, but you guys don't actually look it up and you don't know anything about it because you don't care about DEIA. What you do care about though is DEI. Hey, do you know why you care about DEI?
You want to tell me why I care about it?
Yes.
You want to attribute my feelings about something?
Yes.
Even though you've known me via audio.
Yes, I do. I absolutely do. It's all, you guys are all the same. Like you're plug and play, bud.
So we're all a monolith.
You're literally plug and play. I can pull
we're all a monolith.
You're plug and play. I can pull you. I can take you, and I can swap you out with any. I can swap you out with any other person. Right? I can swap you out with any other person. Hey,
people as a monolith?
Hey, I know. Shushies, bud. We talk one at a time. Hey, one at a time. Be an adult. So I'm gonna finish my sentence, okay? I'm going to finish my sentence. You're crashing. I don't want you to crash. I literally want you to stay up here. So please stop crashing. All right. So what I'm saying is you guys are plug and play as far as anyone who has this talking point around DEI. So you guys say the same thing because you all know the same thing, which is nothing. And that's why you actually repeat the same things instead of actually looking it up and verifying the information. So yes, I'm going to tell you why you feel that way, because you guys at the end of the day all feel the same way about it. It's about the word DEI. Did you know?
I still don't think that this would work.
You don't.
I mean, if you're going off their like credentials, like their resume, sure, but you're going to have to eventually interview these people. You're going to have to be sit in front of them, right?
Yeah, so literally, there's multiple studies that has already proved that it works. So, but we're not even going there yet. What I do want to go to is what I was saying. Did you know that DEI has an etymology?
How?
Sure. I'll take you, walk with me for a second. So DEI, before they used DEI, they were using the word CRT, critical race theory, right? So DEI was derived from critical race theory, CRT. CRT was derived from BLM, Black Lives Matter. Right? They took Black Lives Matter and turned into CRT. Black Lives Matter derived from the word thug, right? So instead of saying thug, they start saying Black Lives Matter. And before they said the word thug, they said the word boy, right? And boy was the word that they were using, and then they started using thug. But before they said the word boy, they were saying the N word, right? And so people who use DEI today are literally using that because they can't say the N word without consequences from their actions. That's why they talk about DEI candidates, and they only talk about Black people when they say you are a DEI candidate. You're literally only talking about Black people because you want to target Black people because you don't like Black people. You don't know things. You don't know what DEIA is, and you just want to say the N word.
We'll what?
Yep.
Okay.
You want to say the N word, but you can't.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case at all. But if you want to think like that because you view people as a monolith, sort of how the Yahtzees did, then that's fine.
Yeah, I don't care about your platitudes. You keep trying to pivot to like these different platitudes.
No, I'm about to ask you a question
fun
about
fact,
this.
Nick. Fun fact. I don't really give a shit about your morality because you don't have morality. Like I really don't care about any type of morality that you're going to try to give me.
You view everyone as a monolith.
Yeah,
you view it as like team sports.
I don't care about your actual platitudes. I don't. You're trying to pivot because I got you in a chokehold right now. And guess what? Either you're going to tap or you're going to pass.
Me and Daniel Carver are like the same.
Either you're going to tap out or you're going to pass. But either way it goes, I got you in a chokehold right now. So I would like for you to engage with what I'm saying. You don't care. You don't care about DEI because you never actually did the legwork to truly look it up to understand what it is. You just ran with a narrative because it fit the narrative that you wanted to portray. And so since it fits the narrative that you wanted to portray, it was easy for you to just say, oh, they're giving people stuff that they don't deserve, and specifically Black people.
Did I ever say Black people?
You didn't have to. You said DEI.
Yeah, I just don't think that whenever you have a system that forcibly
makes
companies that whatever word.
Tell me one piece of legislation that was passed that enforces DEIA.
I don't know, but whenever you have you have a system, whenever you have something,
Nick,
Are you gonna
listen to what you're saying? Nick, listen to what you're saying.
You're trying to drown me out because I'm about to own you.
Nick, how can you actually enforce something if there's no policy that makes it enforceable?
Well, I think that these companies don't get like investment money.
That's not true.
Whenever they don't,
That's literally not true.
Plus,
literally not true.
If black people,
can you cite your source?
People are 14% of the population.
No, I don't care about your pivot. I don't care about your pivots.
Doesn't that mean that the white people will be
Nick? You're trying to run from it.
In a bad position now.
You're trying to run from it, Nick. I would like for you to actually prove what
you
you
can't
just
actually
said.
debate because you won't let me make a claim.
Nick, you're trying to run from your point. You made a statement. I would like for you to prove it. You said, because I said there is no law on the books that forces company to engage in DEIA practices. You said if they don't engage in DEIA practices, then they don't get government funding. Can you prove
I didn't say
to
government
me,
funding. I'm talking about like billionaire funding.
Okay, cool. Can you prove to me? Can you prove to me?
Yeah, like George Soros.
Sure. Can you prove that to me? That's fine. Can you prove it to me?
With a source
you can say
right
no,
now,
and then you can say no, and we can keep moving. But unless you can actually prove it to me, then you're just speaking from the fifis in your tum-tum.
no, but it is true.
Exactly, it's not true. It's not true if you can't prove it, bud.
We'll just look it up later if you want.
No. We look it up now. As a matter of fact, I'll put you on mute. I'll hold. Go ahead.
No, I'll concede.
No.
I'll concede this.
Okay. Perfect. You're conceding. Also, now you have an echo. Swipe up for a second and then come right back in. W's in the chat for Caroline, who sent a $15 donation saying no strokes for you on any given Sunday. Exactly. I fucking love that movie. W's in the chat for Kale, who sent a $1 donation saying solidarity, man. I was also confused with my first encounter with the tamale, no lie. Stop it. I need to normalize tamale confusion. You guys stop it. W's in the chat for Kenneth, who sent a $12 donation saying, it's so funny people pretend to care about Kamala prosecuting black people and also saying all lives matter in response to BLM. Yes, you're absolutely right. W's in the chat for Alex, who sent a $1 donation to say, fuck Steve. Exactly, yes, fuck Steve. Also, W's in the chat for Feisty, who sent a $5 donation saying Daniel Carver is a 3K leader. Yes, he's definitely a triple K leader. W's in the chat for all the donators, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Just like Sean, W's in the chat for Sean, who sent a $10 super chat to say, using the phrase you heard black people say while being anti-black just to follow up with who mentioned black people is wild. Make it make sense. They never make sense. W's in the chat for all the gifters. Also, guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. This is the main account, but this is the backup account. That's important too, because we're bouncing back and forth doing lives on both accounts. So make sure you follow both accounts and turn on the notifications, because I'm going to be live either later today or tomorrow on the backup account. And you guys need to be able to find me. And also I go MAGA hunting on the backup account. All right, Nick, can you just admit that you actually don't know what DEIA is and you actually just don't even care?
Oh, no, I care. I'm willing to talk about it if you want, or you can just berate me.
Sure. But okay, one question and I promise I'll let you go. Can you truly care about something if you don't actually know about it?
Well, as I learn more about it, I guess I can. And I do care about it. Like I want everyone to have equal.
I'll grant you that. But if you create a strong opinion based off something that you haven't actually like done any research about it, does that make it a valid opinion, or does it make it just like the fifis in your tum-tum?
I don't know.
It's a fifis. Like all opinions are based on facts.
You first asked me about DEI, then you asked me about DEIA.
Yeah, it was a trap.
They're completely different.
It was a trap. That's
so
why I did that.
They're completely different.
It is. It was a trap. Literally, the reason why I do that is because
I can agree with. Okay.
The reason. I'm just explaining to you why I do that. The reason why I do that is because if you actually cared, like it's me setting you up. Because if you actually cared, when I say, "Do you care about DEI?" The first thing you would say is, "Well, yes, I actually do care about DEIA." Like it's a trap. It's the first litmus test. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so I can get down with the whole what you're saying, that it takes away their names, maybe it takes away anything that would indicate what race they are whenever an employer is trying to, find people to hire. But then they're eventually going to have to interview them anyway, and say they don't accept the black person and they hire the white person. Should they still be penalized even though, they did the process of looking at these resumes, they didn't have the names or any like indications of what the race are, and they still chose the white person? Should they be penalized for not having the black person, even though they had the same merit?
I guess the only way that I can truly answer that is to say who's penalizing them, because I'm confused. Where's the penalty coming from?
I didn't say any penalize. What are you talking about?
You just said should they be penalized, but I'm confused as far as who's
like
penalizing
should the person hiring, because they hired the white person over the black person, even though they have the same exact merit, these people that are, trying to interview for a job, if they hire the white person, should they be in some sort of way penalized for it?
And again, that doesn't change my question. Just because now you're saying some sort of way being penalized, that doesn't change my question. Who is penalizing them?
I don't know.
That's the point. That's what you need to actually engage with.
This.
Yeah, there's no penalty, because again, that goes back to my point. There's no legislation that is currently in place that implements DEIA.
Okay, well,
if there's no actual legislation, if there's no legislation to implement DEIA, then there's no penalty.
Okay, so you think that the person hiring should be penalized if he were to consistently choose a white person over a black person?
But listen to me. If there's no legislation to implement DEIA,
yeah, I'm asking if you would.
Hold on. Listen.
That's why. That's like why I'm asking if you would.
Nick, let me finish my sentence. I promise.
You're not answering the question.
Nick, let me finish my sentence.
You're trying to like just
Nick, let me finish my sentence, and I promise you I'm getting there. The point that I just made is there's no penalty because there is no legislation to implement DEIA. If there were legislation to implement DEIA and someone did not engage in it, then yes, they should be penalized. You get how that works? If there's actual laws and legislation on the book, then I understand, whether I agree with it or not, of being penalized. If there is no laws or legislation on the book, I can agree or disagree whether I think they should be penalized, but it's a moot point because there's no laws in place. I'm pretty black and white with that.
Okay, so
like
yeah,
my fee-fees don't matter.
So I would like to know what the penalty should be, and then I'm also wanting to know if there was a company with 100 people. With 100 people.
No, Nick, I'm not gonna. That's so pointless. Why would I do that? How about we live in reality instead of in some type of made up fantasy that you're trying to actually fabricate? How about we deal with the actual facts instead of you making things up to try to make a point?
Because I'm asking like what you would do if you're in power.
What does that have to do with DEIA today?
Because I mean, do you know what a hypothetical is? Like, is it okay?
I understand hypotheticals, but what I'm sitting here saying, the point that you made is you said that you disagree with DEIA. You're trying to explain to me why you're trying to explain to me what they're going to do about the economy. Hey, listen, that's because presidential candidates have power to actually make changes. Nick, listen to me.
Yeah, and I'm asking you
and I. Yes, that's fine. You and I right now are talking about why you disagree with DEIA. And you're explaining to me why you disagree with DEIA. Your principle was because of the actual implementation and the penalization of it.
What do you think that a candidate should do about it? Like what they should put into power?
We're not talking about me.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. What do you want a candidate to do?
I don't.
Since you can't answer a question.
Yeah, again, Nick.
I'm trying to remove you from the equation.
I don't want to talk about me.
That's why I removed you from the equation. What do you think a candidate?
But I need you to lock in and focus, okay? Focus. We're trying to finish up your point before you. We're trying to finish up your point before we move on anywhere else. You're trying to explain to me why you disagree with DEIA. Now, I would like for you to engage in reality about why you disagree with DEIA, not something that you just make up in your head so you can disagree with it. I would like for you to give me something that's concrete, an actual concrete reason why you disagree with it versus making something up so you can disagree with it.
Yeah, because I've already conceded that I think that the whole process of them getting resumes and all this sort of thing, if you take out anything that can indicate race, I think that is a good thing. But I don't think that you're going to be able to, just hire someone, because you have to interview them. You're going to be in face with them. You're going to like see what their personality is like. So I still think it's just kind of stupid.
Okay, so you're the point that you just to make sure I understand.
It's nice to, well, I'm not done. I'm really
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm curious, like, if you think that companies...
No, you're moving on, and I want to summarize your point and make sure I understand your point. So please don't move on. If you have more to say about what you were just saying, then you can finish that, but I would not like to move on until I make sure I fully understand what you're saying. So if you have additional clarification points to what you were saying, say that, but please don't move forward past that.
Yeah, I just think that, if... Plus, like, would you do this for a black-owned company?
See, again, now you're trying to introduce more questions, and I don't want more questions. I just want clarification on your point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be a positive thing if you do that. But I mean, yeah, like I said, you're gonna have to interview them. You're gonna have to feel them out. And if you like the personality of a white person, of the white person that's being hired, as opposed to the black person, why should they be penalized for that? I mean, they'll have black people that have better personalities.
All right, now you're pivoting again. There's no penalty. We've already talked about that. Now you're making stuff up again.
Okay. Well, let's just move on because
no. Stop. Because the question, Nick, stop. Like I said, I wanted Nick, stop. I wanted to make sure that I clarify and understand your point. So you tell me if I have this wrong. All right, Nick. The reason why
you're going and start. Yes.
Shushies, bud. Have some emotional regulation.
Well, it's just like you're not having a normal debate, dude. You're just
it's because I won't let you pivot and make stuff up. The reason why you're having this response is because I'm not letting you gish gallop. I'm not letting you steamroll. I'm not letting you make up these things in your mind so you can be a perpetual victim. I'm actually trying to get you to stick to facts, and you don't actually live in reality. And since you don't live in reality, this is really hard for you right now. It's really hard for you when you don't get to just make shit up. It's literally hard when you don't get to make shit up. So since you can't make shit up, you're crashing out. You stop. Act like you're an adult. Why do you keep coming off of mute?
You'd be a great politician.
Have some type of impulse control. Stop coming off mute. Be an adult. Be an adult. I just want to clarify this one thing, and then I'm going to let Kay speak. Please stop, Nick. Seriously, please stop. The point that you said, you don't like DEIA because you don't agree that if implemented, people are going to actually utilize it in the way that it's intended for, because you think that people will not eliminate their biases. And also, you're subscribing some type of penalization to it if they don't do it. So you're not saying that you don't like DEIA because it's not a system based off of merits. You're saying that you don't like DEIA because of a conclusion that you're drawing in your head about how it works.
No, I think that you're the one that's wanting to argue out of biases, because
I literally let you lay it out for me.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, even if they were to choose a white person, just because, like, even though they have the same credentials and they still just choose the white person, you're the one that's coming out of the biases position, because you have a biases that you want black people to get hired. So you want penalities on the person that's hiring just because they didn't choose the black person, even though they had the same credentials, even though, everything was.
I didn't mute you, but good. I wanted him to finish the sentence. Go ahead and let him finish the sentence.
Yeah. You're the one that's operating out of. You're the one, because I don't want any penalties to be done.
I want you to finish your sentence.
Like you seem like a good guy, a nice guy. I mean.
Okay. All right. That you stopping means that you're done. Okay. Cool. Nick.
Hold up. Someone's calling me.
That's fine. I'm gonna speak now. At no point did I bring up any penalties. At no point did I bring up hiring black people, because DEIA is not about hiring black people. And also, like I said, there were no penalties. You tried to ask me about, do I think there should be a penalty? And I told you specifically, I don't care as far as my feelings towards whether there should or should not be a penalty. If there were legislation that allowed the implementation of DEIA and it was not followed, then yes, there should be a penalty, whether I wanted to be or not.
So
I'm finishing my sentence, but
you want penalties.
Nick, like I was saying, Nick, you keep trying to get off of it because you know the second part that I'm going to say because I've already said it. You're trying to stop me because you literally know what I'm about to say next. So I was saying, if you don't, then stop interrupting me and let me finish my sentence. If you don't know what I'm saying, then stop interrupting and let me finish my sentence. Like I said, if there is legislation that requires implementation of DEIA and someone does not actually engage in it, then yes, there should be a penalty, whether I agree with it or not. Since there is no legislation that enforces DEIA, it doesn't matter if I think there should be a penalty or not. There is no penalty. My feelings does not matter. What matters is facts and law. That's all. Not my opinions, not my feelings. Now, with that being said, no. Kay, go ahead, Kay.
Hey, everybody. Good afternoon, evening, maybe morning, depending on where you're at. If we could run these likes up to 400,000, I would really appreciate it. We have 1.8 thousand watching on TikTok and hundreds of others watching elsewhere. I think we're at like 2.6. If we could finish out the donuts, that would be amazing. And I know we said this last night, but I'm just adding on. First of all, stop talking about DEIA as if it is a hiring practice, because it is not. It's not a hiring practice. It's getting so old to keep going back to this hypothetical hiring process.
Okay, you done? Can I talk now?
No, Nick, I'm the host here, putting you on mute. Please wait. I'll let you know when it's your turn. Thank you. Go ahead and finish, Kay.
It's not a hiring practice. If it was a hiring practice that was policy, we would go back to when it was affirmative action that was struck down by the Supreme Court. DEIA and affirmative action are not equal. And your lack of impulse control is astounding. So I'm going to say this. This live is DEIA approved, and because we have people who use accessibility devices, you're going to stop over talking, or I will drop you the next time you overtalk the host. You can debate and wait until someone's done talking, and then you can talk. If you don't have the emotional regulation, then pop down now. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Kay. W's in the chat for Alicia, who sent a $2 donation saying he's just said the quiet part out loud and he thinks it was missed. I know he did. He said if Black people only make up 14% of the population, why should they have equal representation? I want him to address that. Listen, we know that he was trying to get off on a racist dog whistle to try to defer. He's been trying to do this that whole time, but I'm holding him to task and he doesn't like it. So I don't even want him to address it. I don't care about his racism. W's in the chat for Kaylee, who sent a $5 donation, said, ideas lead to progress, progress leads to change, and you can spell idea without, and you can't spell idea without DEIA. Enough said. W's in the chat for Kaylee for that donation and that word. W's in the chat for I think it's pronounced Mistel, who sent a $4.99 YouTube super chat to say tamale confusion isn't anything to be ashamed of. I fed my husband a bologna sandwich with the wire meat wrapped around it. Thank you for making me feel a little bit better. Also, W's in the chat for Heidi, who sent a $5 donation and didn't say anything, just some love. Heidi, I appreciate you so much. You're fucking awesome. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Last but not least, guys, if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Make sure you follow me here and make sure you follow the backup account. This is the backup account because we are debating on both. I'm switching back and forth. So the next couple of times I go live, I'm going to be on the backup account. So if you want to catch me, make sure you follow the backup account as well, because the next few times I'm live, it's going to be on the backup account. So make sure you follow both of them, turn on notification. Nick, that being said, the floor is yours. Would you like to engage in any of those things that have been said?
Yeah. So basically, we both have just said, you said that you don't care if there's penalizations or penalties if there's not a law around it. So great. That's really profound. If there's not a law around it, nothing should be enforced. But if there were a law around it, you'd want it to be enforced. That's really not telling me anything other than, yeah, we should follow the laws and there should be some sort of, executive force that comes in to enforce those laws. You didn't tell me anything about your opinions. You didn't tell me anything about that. And what I was saying, real quick. Okay.
No, you're confused. That is my opinion. That's my opinion. That's not my feelings. You want my feelings.
So a law should be enforced.
But listen, hold on. Yes.
That's so profound.
Yes.
Well, no.
Yes.
Dude, I waited forever.
I just told you. No, you want me to tell you my feelings. That's what you're looking for. You want my feelings.
No. I'm just saying. Well, I wanted to get to the other point too. Really
sure.
quick.
Go ahead and get to the other point.
And you said that the 14%. Yeah, the question that I wanted to ask
I don't care about that. Nope, we're not going to talk about that. No. Nick, stop it. I'm not going to let you get Nick. I'm not going to let you get away and get onto that racist dog whistle. I don't care about that. I don't care about your racism, Nick. I want you to Nick, I want you to stay where you are. Nick, I genuinely don't care about that 14% comment that you tried to make. I don't care. I don't want you to address it. I don't care. Stick to where you are.
So you can vilify me and then not allow.
I'm not vilifying you. I don't care about the racist dog whistle that you tried to get off.
You just called me a racist.
The racist dog whistle that you. Nick, I don't care about the racist dog whistle. I just want you to finish it.
Dog whistle.
It is. And if you don't understand racist dog whistles, then I don't care.
You're the one doing a racist dog whistle. You idiot.
Again, I would like for you to finish your point with DEI.
You're the one trying to call me racist when I'm asking you a pertinent question.
I would like for you to finish your point on DEI.
You won't answer the pertinent question.
No, you want my feelings. That's what you want. You want my feelings. Just to make sure I have this clear.
Then allow me to ask the question.
Nick, just to make sure I have this clear. You want my feelings so we can debate about my feelings. That's what you're saying.
Okay, so is the whole...
I didn't mute you.
Is the whole debate you not wanting to answer anything because if it's not a law, then we shouldn't enforce it? Like, you realize that I haven't gotten anything out of like what you think. You literally told me out of the last 20, 30 minutes of debating you that if there's not a law around it, then nothing should be enforced. That's not really like that. That's so base foundational level. Tell me what you think.
Where does it say on my background to come up and figure out what I think? Like, just to be clear, right? I just want to make sure that hold on, Nick. I just want to make sure that you're clear. This live is not about you figuring me out. This live technically is about international, but like this point is highlighted even on the other background that I have. It says prove me wrong, and I want you to prove to me why you care about the. I even said this at the very beginning.
Anything of what you think,
Nick? At the very beginning, I said prove to me that you care about these things. I didn't say prove to me that I care about these things, or I can prove to you I care about that. That's not what I said. So my feelings don't actually matter. What I want you to do is substantiate why you actually care about DEIA. And I've proved in multiple points that you're being hypocritical, that you don't actually care about DEIA. It's just the fifis in your tum-tum because you don't like black people. That's it.
Yeah, I think you're just, I think you're the problem with this country. You view people as a monolith. You probably view me as like someone equivalent to like a Daniel Carver.
Sure.
And you see anyone
that's fine.
And you see anyone.
I don't care about your platitudes.
You see anyone.
I don't care about your platitudes.
Even a black person.
I don't care about your platitudes. I don't care about. I don't care about your platitudes. I don't care about.
Are they
I don't care about you trying
Carver?
to actually pivot to someone. You've tried to do this entire time. You've literally have I brought up anyone else, and you ran. Fucking ran. Like I when I tell you I don't care about your platitudes, you can't make me care about the sidetrack. Like I don't give a shit about your side mission that you're trying to take me on while I'm live. I have no interest in your side missions. None. Either stick to your point or concede. You guys are so used to people getting so wrapped up on your racist sidetracks. Like, see, that's the thing. This is the problem that I have with MAGA. This is the problem that I have with MAGA. You guys only want to deal with identity politics. That's all you have is identity politics. Like that's literally all that you have is identity politics. Thank you for the galaxy. You guys don't actually know things. You don't actually care about things. That's why when you come onto these lives, why the fuck do you think that I even bring up DEI? I'm not trying to debate the humanity of black people, whether black people do or don't deserve things. I'm calling out the hypocrisy in who you are. It's the fact that you won't say it with your chest. You're a coward. You hide behind a mask. This is literally you hide behind a digital mask. You hide behind the veil of being a good person. You try to say, oh, you seem like a good person. Who gives a shit how I seem? What am I actually doing? You don't truly care about any of those things. Yes, digital white hood, that's what it is. And I would respect you so much more if you actually said the things instead of being a coward. Right? Like I would really respect you more if you actually said the things with your chest instead of being a coward. And so the only thing that I'm trying to do is call out the hypocrisy, because that's why MAGA, you guys run around TikTok all day long and you look for ways to debate people on DEIA. You look for ways to debate people on being transgender. You look for ways to debate people on abortion. You look for ways to debate people on deportation. And it's not because you actually care about any of those things. It's not because any of those things are actually important to you. It's because you lack the ability to see the humanity in others because you don't have humanity yourself. You've lost the humanity in yourself, so you don't see the humanities in other. So that's why you don't look at transgender people as actually being people. It's just something that you can debate. That's why you don't look at women and their rights to bodily autonomy as them being women. It's just something for you to debate. You don't actually care about these things because they don't affect you. It's just something for you to talk about, or you're just a hateful POS. Or maybe combination. But with that being said, that's the only reason I brought that up. That's why I don't let you pivot. That's why I don't get sidetracked by, like, you guys can try to talk about 1350. You guys can try to slur. You can try to do all those things. You know, you see a black person up here and you think that you can say like subtle racist dog whistles and it's going to get me sidetracked. I'm rabid when I get a point. And I lock in on my point. I focus on my point and I don't let you get away from my point. Run from it, dread it. It comes nevertheless. I am inevitable. You said that I'm weak. Oh, why do we block them? Oh, I was about to bring them up. I was going to bring them up. Anywho, now what I would like to do, W's in the chat for Feisty. Feisty sent a $10 super chat to say Nick is a grand dragon wannabe. He absolutely was. Didn't let him get there. Oh, I didn't know that's what he was doing. Got it. And now what I want to do is I want to get to the portion. What up, Joey? I want to get to the portion of bringing in some of my international friendlies. So if you're in the chat, if you're in the request, first of all, Popcorn, fuck off. You're not getting up here. You're like, Popcorn, why do you think I would ever let you back up when you don't answer questions and then you fucking run? There's no point in bringing you up, Popcorn. You literally don't engage. You say the same shit and then you run. You've been cooked by Popcorn. Nobody give a shit about that, Popcorn. Anyway, if you are an international friendly, meaning that you are watching me from another country, you're watching me from another country, and you want to come up and either talk for a few minutes about how this Trump administration is affecting you and your country, then request up. This is your opportunity. If you're in another country and you're friendly and you want an opportunity to kind of speak about what's happening in your country due to the ramifications of what's happening in the United States, this is your opportunity. Request up. You guys got to be patient. I'm going to go one at a time. Be patient, but get in the box. Make sure for all my homegrown US friendlies, I love you so much, but please, 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 if you're in the US, do not request up. I'm going to drop you because most of the times we don't let our international friendlies speak. So this is only for the international friendlies. Also, if there so happens to be an international Trump supporter and you want to come up and try to get the debate off, you can do so. You can definitely do so. All right.
What up? What up?
Hey, Kenneth, how are you?
How's things? I'm from Ireland myself.
Ireland. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Been watching yourself and Parker and Dean for a good while now. So you guys do awesome stuff. I kind of like rotate with all you guys, you know, whoever's on, you know, if it's you or whatever. So I suppose in terms of how MAGA is affecting, say, Ireland stuff, like Ireland's kind of economy is kind of does rely a lot on foreign direct investment from the US. So we have a lot of pharmaceutical companies that are here that actually manufacture. So like it was something like 33 billion of exports comes from the pharmaceutical companies, say American pharmaceutical companies that actually produce their pharmaceuticals here and then sell them to the US. So I think the threat of tariffs there hasn't been tariffs yet, particularly on the pharmaceutical sector, but that's definitely one of those things that is like always in the back of the mind, you know, and so, yeah, like.
Wait, hold on. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What do you think? Have you heard what Donald Trump has proposed as far as how he wants to regulate pharmaceutical prices in the US, what his actual premise is?
As in trying to bring like the manufacturing there back to Americans?
Oh, yeah, that as well, but that's not going to happen. But his whole point is he doesn't care about reducing the cost for pharmaceuticals in the United States if the pharmaceutical companies raise the prices in other countries so everyone's paying the same price that we pay in the US.
Oh, okay, yeah. So kind of like just to try and hurt everyone else.
His whole thing is like, oh, let's make it fair across the board. So instead of actually trying to reduce prices here in the US, he's just like, oh, that's too hard. Everybody else, just raise your prices on everybody else. That's his thing.
Yeah, that's okay. That doesn't really make much sense because first of all, like even if, you know, say like the European, you know, branch of an American pharmaceutical company, you know, they're working in the EU single market. So they know, like, for example, you see it a lot, like say, for example, the price of insulin in the US compared to a lot of European countries, it's a huge, you know, it's there's a huge difference and stuff. So I don't think they're going to, take advice from Trump to put their prices to like make it fair.
Well, see, and like, this is the thing though. Like, so his supporters don't understand how things work, right? And they don't understand like other countries where there's like universal health care or, you know, a single payer system where it's like negotiated by the government instead of like the company and individuals. And so even if these individual companies wanted to try to increase their prices, they literally have to negotiate it with the government of that country, and the government of that country wouldn't let them do that. So like it's all performative. That like they don't actually do things here. They just perform.
Yeah, and I think I also see the other element that I think besides say like policy and the economic element is we're actually seeing I'd say since 2020 the kind of rise of the far right in Ireland, and you know, like sadly over COVID, you know, a lot of people fucking got in conspiracy theories, and like they basically kind of imported the kind of UK and US talking points around immigration. And so, for example, actually not too far from me, there's a place called City West. It's not far from me. There, we have a thing called, it's called like an IPAS center. So another way you might have a detention center for undocumented migrants in the US. The way we do it is like if you're someone who is they're called international protection applicants. So basically it means their asylum process is being processed. In the meantime, they stay in accommodation, you know, until they say, well, actually you're not being persecuted in the country, or whatever the ruling is that they, you know, but they stay in this accommodation. So in this hotel, last week, a young 10-year-old girl was raped by an asylum seeker. And so there was literally riots the next day. They burned a police van and stuff. And so what I see is, because it's again imported from the UK and the US, is the rank hypocrisy from these people who, you know, there was literally the same day that this happened. I'm a journalist and I covered the case about this Irish man, like white Irish guy, who had like 6,000 images, you know, child's, you know, CP and all that, or abuse images, and not a word about that, or like not a word about when a white Irish guy raped someone, or you know, SA someone. I assume you know about Conor McGregor, who was found liable for SA over here.
Yeah, and then try to run for president.
Yes, yeah, and it's a bit. We actually had our president election.
I saw that
yesterday, and it's quite funny because you basically need like a certain amount of, we'd call them TDs, you know, senators, to like recommend you, and no one was going to touch McGregor because he's a liable abuser, and no one likes him in Ireland. So no one, you know, there might be one guy who said, yeah, I'll give him my backing, but no one was willing to do that. So but yeah, so like for example, there's a lot of guys who, oh yeah, you know, she wasn't actually raped and all this, and you know, and so it's like anytime they hyper focus on crime committed by, you know, immigrants, but when it's a white person, nowhere to be seen. And like, yeah, it's hilarious the amount of tweets, like the people you see, it's like 20 tweets on this one case, but then when it's like any other case, or you know, even like multiple Irish guys who have assaulted Irish women, it's like nothing, you know. So that's the thing I'm saying is like, I don't think it's as bad as the UK, because the UK is a bigger country. It's kind of, you know, really gone off the rails there in terms of anti-immigrant sentiment. But it's definitely starting to get to that point where it's like anytime, like it's basically just painting everyone with the same brush. Like, you know, it doesn't matter where you come from. Like there was this very what you call it? It got international got some international recognition about this. It was a few years ago. This woman was murdered while she was out running. Ashling Murphy was her name, and it was a guy from Slovenia. And it's like, so it's like, and like you're basically lumping, like, I don't know, like say for example, I think in this case, the more recent case, the guy was from Syria, and like, so they're basically lumping everyone, no matter if they're from like Eastern Europe or if they're from, all in the same bucket as they're dangerous, that, you know, we shouldn't be letting them in. They're all dangerous, even though the majority of them work here. They work hard. Like I have neighbors that are from Latvia, and you know, they come here and they're looking for a new life. They have kids and families, and you know, it's like
the wild thing is, and I think that's a good point. And it's funny how people are actually, you know, they target immigrants no matter like what country you're in, and Like, I would think that people appreciate anyone trying to create a better life. And it goes back to the core of people like just being selfish. And it's wild. But let me ask you this last question, and then I'm gonna swap you out. What are you doing to push back on that ideology that's occurring in Ireland? Like, are not even necessarily you, but is there like a counter movement at all in Ireland to push back on it?
Yeah, like it's interesting because, like, for example, we had the presidential election recently, which was our presidential role is very like ceremonial. They don't really have any power. It's more like, they meet heads of states and they go, whereas we have a person called the Taoiseach, which is like our prime minister, who's in power, and they actually, pass legislation, blah, blah, blah. But we had a general election last year, which is, voting in for our parties. And there were some far right candidates, but there was basically an overwhelming backlash against them, and no one really got into power, and there was all this hullabaloo online of like, oh, we're going to get so much power, like the country really wants this. They want to hit back against immigration. But when it came to the polls, no one really cared. And so I think in general, like, people do know that this is a fringe group. And like me personally, like, I always try online, like, to hit back at like the kind of like the false assumptions about migrants, and probably shouldn't be having arguments on X and stuff. But I like, anytime stuff come up, I will try and actually fight back and be like I said, these are just like anyone else. They're trying to live a better life, trying to so that's like, I think in general Ireland, like, because, like, for example, there's a reason we support Palestine, because we've seen, British occupation, what happened to us for 800 years. Absolutely. And we see what Palestine is going through. So I think there's an inherent like solidarity and goodness with the Irish people, that they know that, like, people scapegoating immigrants isn't the way. It's not going to fix anything, basically.
Yeah, no, that's what I want to say. Agree with that, and I think that that's important to make that known, and to actually that heard, and to push back on that narrative. One of the things that, like, the way that you break up any type of authoritarian regime or fascist movement or anything like that is by educating, building community, and pushing back directly on it. So you saying that and doing that is absolutely what should happen. But anyway, Kenneth, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you. I see you all the time, so it's good to actually finally speak with you.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me up. It's great to talk to you, man.
Likewise. Have a good one. Guys, if you're in the request, make sure that you are international, meaning you're not in the United States, and we're only talking to a couple of friendlies. So you have to be international, and you have to actually not be in the US. Is this Andrea? Quiggies?
Oh, Quigsy. Hello?
Quigsy.
Yeah.
How are you?
I actually didn't know that I requested, but I'll talk to you. I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. You know what? Sorry, hold on 1 second. I'm going to mute you for half a second, because I thought that you were someone else, but then I'm going to come right back to you. This is who I was trying to grab. Hey, Andrea, how are you?
Hi, Santana. I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Wonderful. So you want to tell the people what country you're in?
I'm from Canada as well.
All right, perfect. What would you like to talk about?
I think I just wanted to preemptively challenge any other Canadians coming up to speak to you today that may say that Trump imported a lot of the rhetoric, or we're looking to the U.S. and that's the genesis of where that rhetoric comes from. And I would challenge them that that's been here. We have all of the same issues that the U.S. is facing. We're a colonial country as well. And I think, if anything, it's just created more permission for that to become more rampant, but it's certainly not a new phenomenon here.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. And it kind of goes back to, like, when people love to say, oh, especially here in the U.S., like, oh, I thought racism was getting better and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, no, just because you're not, you don't see it on a normal basis doesn't mean that it's gotten better or anything like that. It's just that for some reason, either you didn't pay attention to it or you were just willfully ignorant of it. So like, I think there's a lot to be said about that. But no, I appreciate you coming up and saying that.
Yeah, I think that Canadians can fall victim to a lot of smugness when we look across the border. It's a lot easier to kind of armchair quarterback from a place where we haven't gone as far as people's safety being challenged, so we can point our fingers from a relatively safe position. And I think that kind of allows people to bury their head in the sand a little bit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I completely agree. Anyway, Andrea, thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you.
No problem. I really enjoy your lives, and I thank you for all of that you do.
Absolutely. Thank you. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
All right. Quiggy, sorry. Floor is yours. What would you like to talk about, friend? Oh, sorry. I was trying to send you a request to unmute. My bad. Sorry.
Okay. Hello.
Yes.
So yeah, I kind of actually agree with what the last person said. I don't think that Trump is the core cause of what's going on politically in Canada, although I think that there's things that he's done that seriously helped us a lot in weird ways. But I'm not. Are you familiar with the IDU?
A little bit. What would you like to share?
Well, the IDU, which is like an international far right-leaning organization, it's an organization that brings together all the right-leaning political parties around the world.
It's the one that Elon Musk is connected with, right?
I don't know if he's connected with the IDU specifically, but the chairman of the international IDU is our former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and our opposition leader Pierre Poilievre. He's the Canadian chair, and Trump and the Republicans, the Republican Party, MAGA, is a member of the IDU. And in all of this, the actual Heritage Foundation is kind of deeply rooted in Canadian politics too. Like there's all kinds of American little fingers that kind of have, their hooks in Canadian politics that make a big difference. So to say it's like strictly Trump, I don't really agree with that. But I think the Republican Party and MAGA has, and things like Trump's tariffs and whatever, has caused Canada to sort of really take a step back and take a look at how we can better make ourselves a more successful and strong economy independently, and be more independent, which I think is good for us economically. So there's been sort of some positive stuff that's kind of come from Trump being elected that I think is okay. But I think the real thing is it's not really him that has affected our Canadian politics. It's a greater sort of an international push through things like the IDU. And
you mean the ADF?
I mean the IDU. It's
the AFD. It's the. Sorry, go ahead.
IDU. It's the International Democratic Union. If you look it up, Stephen Harper. Yeah. And it's all right-leaning political party. Well, not all, but the majority of right-leaning political parties in the world. It's an international organization.
Got it. Okay.
And your Republican Party, the MAGA Party, is a member.
Got it. And yeah, and the AFD is the one that Elon Musk is connected to.
Yeah. So, but like if you look up the member parties, it's all like like Modi and like everybody, like they're all the big names, all the big right-leaning names around the world are members. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know that Trump specifically has anything really major to do with the Poilievre push and the Stephen Harper push of right-wing negativity that we have here in Canada. But
No, I agree, and I think
it's
that
a bigger problem.
Yeah, and I think that anyone that just says like, "Oh, this all came from the U.S.," they're being willfully obtuse because they want to absolve themselves. They want to feel like they have white gloves. But I mean, we understand that it's not something that's just like new or just that was at the inception of MAGA. So yeah, I think that's a lot to it. But no, listen, Quiggy, I appreciate you coming up and sharing that, and even more so calling that out. I think us being vigilant and being aware, especially. I think we here in the U.S. we get to be in our own little bubble. It's weird that we forget about like things that are happening outside of the country and the other effects that we have on other people in other countries. So it's really great for you to come up and share that with us, so we can make sure we put that focus on how we have global impact, and it's not good what's happening here in the U.S. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I just want to say I watch you and all the Dean and Parker and like Ethan and all the big names all over the place, but not many of you American guys or US guys seem to talk much about the IDU, which is a really big force even in your own politics, and it's really like it just sheds a much grander light on this whole right push internationally. So yeah, it's one of the things that when I listen to you guys, I kind of scream at my screen all the time. It's like, hey guys, the IDU, go look it up. Like it's a big deal. And unfortunately and embarrassingly, it kind of was sort of, it was, I think it was Stephen Harper and Margaret Thatcher, maybe, I don't know. I can't remember who, but somebody who was it? Maybe her. I'm not sure. I have to go back and read the history.
I'll look it up because I do want to make sure I start putting emphasis on that. So absolutely.
Yeah, and it's embarrassing because it really kind of was instigated by Stephen Harper, our former prime minister, and it's like, and even Canadians, like there's not many Canadians that really understand that this is really a sort of a Christo-fascist hard right push internationally that's really kind of swelling, that we all kind of need to be, I think, aware of. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyway, thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you.
Okay. Well, thanks for doing what you do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
Guys, if you are in the request, make sure that you are an international friendly. We're only talking to international friendlies. If you're in the U.S., I love you. I do. But you're here with me. Let's give the international folks an opportunity to have a voice. Whiskey, how are you?
Good. How about yourself, my friend?
Wonderful. Whiskey, can you tell the people what country you're from?
Yeah, I'm from Canada, British Columbia to be specific.
Okay, perfect. What would you like to talk about?
The impact of tariffs on Canadian industries, specifically forestry.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if many people in the U.S. know softwood lumber is a big trading thing for Canada, especially to the U.S. The tariffs have impacted local jobs here where I live quite extensively. I live in a pretty small town of 5,000 people. Our mill is probably one of two major employers, and it's had to recently close due to the new tariffs, impacting about 1,500 jobs in total. So I just wanted to bring a little bit of awareness for that, Santana.
Yeah, no. And I think that's awesome because, again, I think that a lot of people don't necessarily think outside of themselves, and even like the whole misconception of tariffs for certain people on the right, when they say, oh, the other country pays it. Like, one, they don't understand that, it's us here in the U.S. paying it, but even more so, two, they don't understand that, like, they don't care about the implications on the people because they just look at it as the government, not, realizing that it's actually impacting people, which is a real thing. So
100%. It's obviously there's some inside factors that contribute to our whole issue. But the compounding tariffs have definitely been, a nail in the coffin, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
All I can say is I hope that some sort of resolution happens soon. Obviously, with Trump recently canceling tariff or trade talks again, I'm not hopeful for it.
So emotional.
He is. It's quite sad watching it from Canada, and I'm sure other people in other countries can relate to that. But yeah, I mainly just wanted to come up and say that, Santana, and I also wanted to say, hey, I appreciate everything you guys do down there, you and Parker and Dean. I've been a big fan since you started, been watching since you started. So, I know we're not too far away. I know you're in Washington.
Yes,
I'm sure we live
literally my neighbors to the north.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna hop. My phone's just about to die. I just wanted to come up and say that.
You know what I didn't get an opportunity to go to this year?
What's that?
The night market. I didn't make it to the night market this year. I just thought about that. Holy smokes.
100%. You got to go next year. It's definitely worth going to every year. It's worth it.
It's so awesome. I love the night market. Anyway, I appreciate you coming up.
Love you guys. Talk to you later.
Love you more. Have a good one. Go to the Christmas market. Wait, there's a Christmas market, Joey? I'm gonna have to check that out. Guys, W's in the chat for Anna, who sent a $2 donation. Say, love the hat. Again, I love the hat too. It's my wife's. I swiped it. W's in the chat for the wife. W's in the chat for Anna. Guys, if anyone that is in the request, please make sure that you are international. You are international. We're only talking to international friendlies, U.S. friendlies. I love you so much, but we're giving the international folks a swing at the plate. Is it Jimmy or I'm sorry?
It's Gemma. It's
Gemma.
Italian.
Is that an A? Oh, okay. Gemma TV, how are you?
I'm personally not well. I'm disabled with a lot of pain, but that's besides the point. I just wanted to share my view on the impact that this whole Trump situation has on countries like Italy, because I don't know how much is known outside of Europe what Italy constitution is based on. Italy as a country was built officially right after World War II ended. Mussolini was the original fascist, and he came to power by force. So when the war ended, we put in our constitution specifically to avoid having fascists in power again. It's literally one of the base foundation of the country itself. And even though a lot of people that were leaning towards those ideals in the past have tried to gain power, the amount of support that they've had in recent times since Trump was elected the first time has grown exponentially, because it has showed to them that they can literally do illegal things to gain power against everyone's wishes and against the Constitution, because they have seen others like Trump do it in America. And they're using the same exact talking points, and they're using the same rhetoric against immigrants. Everything that you see in the TV, they're talking about, oh, immigration is horrible. There is a famous argument between Enzo Iacchetti and the Israeli representative, where he is trying to make people understand how bad the situation is, and he's being called a fascist, and he has the actual proper reaction. He's angry immediately, because everything that the media is trying to push and the politicians are trying to push are completely destructive and against everything that the country was built on. And it is influenced by people like Trump, by Israel doing what it's doing and influencing all these other countries. Because why, after NATO, was it NATO or the ONU? I don't remember. They declared that what Israel is doing is genocide. None of the G7 countries, including Italy as well, actually said anything bad about Israel. They just said they wanted to end the war, and they said negative things against Palestinians that have nothing to do with it. And the same I'm seeing here in UK in a different situation, because I'm the immigrant here because I came in to work in UK. And now there's people like Starmer that are talking about potentially taking away the rights of people from the EU. They moved in here when it was before Brexit, and everything was allowed and have been settled permanently, to have all those rights taken away. Well, we have been paying taxes and contributing just like everyone else, while not having the same level of decision making, because EU settled people cannot vote in the elections of UK unless they apply for citizenship. And it's all influenced by what's happening in America, sadly.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? People don't necessarily get that, right? And they don't understand like the far-reaching impacts that occur when like the United States gets behind the certain. I talk about this all the time. The reason why like the other countries saying that they were going to recognize like Palestine as a state was kind of a big deal is because it got under the skin of like Bibi Netanyahu and Israeli, Israel. But if it would have actually been the United States, then it would have had teeth behind it, not just like, bothering them. And that's the thing that we need to understand. And I love the fact that you called out the actual fascism that derives from Mussolini, because I think that a lot of people like to compare Trump to Hitler, but I think he has a closer connection to Mussolini than Hitler. But it's also super interesting how like Hitler and Mussolini were like buds. They were really good friends. So I say all that to say, like even though we here in the U.S. tend to think in like our own little world, I appreciate what you're saying, because you're absolutely right. It's so much bigger than us, and the impact as far as what we do and what others do, like we all reach each other because we live in a society together. So I really appreciate you coming up and sharing that with us.
Yeah, and thank you for letting me. I appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, friend. Have a good one.
Thanks.
All right, guys, we got time for maybe just a few more. So if you are in the request, make sure that you are an international friendly. We're only talking to international friendlies. If you're in the request, make sure you are an international friendly. We're only talking to international friendlies. And I'm going to grab this person. Pedro, how are you?
Oh, hello. I'm great now. I'm 19.
Good. What country are you currently in?
Brazil.
Brazil. Okay. All right. What would you like to talk about?
Especially about the Trump's intervention in Venezuela, what he's trying to do, but also his talk in Colombia and also in Brazil. He threatened us to invade us. So I'd like to know what the perspective of the general population there is about it.
Well, the one thing that I think I can speak to as far as the United States, the people in the U.S., and I want to hear your perspective, but it seems like people aren't paying enough attention to what's happening, and I think it's because of how like the country controls the media, but like the way that they're deflecting is they're only talking about like the boats that Trump and the administration keeps attacking, and not necessarily like the amount of military that's amassing in like that's the area near Venezuela, and how they're directly going at the president of Colombia, like how literally this administration is targeting those southern countries, and it looks like they're looking to force a regime change in multiple countries, and I don't think people are paying attention to that.
Yeah, because here, especially when Trump threatened Lula to military intervene because of the judgment of Bolsonaro, like it was a main reaction here. Like everyone was united from the left to right, not even the far right because they are crazy. And like, why? But I don't have the reason that in case of the Venezuela, it's not about they say about the drugs, but come on, like 50 years of
We know what
drugs
it's about.
and
we know
yeah,
what it's about.
We know, and even here because of the rare minerals we have in Amazonia, you know. So they are the United States as a general are looking here to our minerals too. So that's that.
You know, the wild thing to me though is like, did you hear about the deal that the Venezuelan president offered the Trump administration and they turned down?
Yes,
and that's why you know it's not about like actual peace or anything like that. The one, like they want more, and two, they want war. Like that's what it's about, at least in my opinion.
Yes, they want to destabilize the region like they did in the Middle East, you know. And about petrol is about control. Like I think it's going to become even worse for Trump because it's going to destabilize even more his country and his president. More than it's already worse because I've been reading about the shutdown. I've been reading about the protests, and it's like very fucked, you know.
Yeah.
So although he's stable, but
that's the best way to put it. It's fucked.
Yeah, although he is like stable in the post, like he is very unpopular. Was I seen, you know?
Yeah.
What I'm seeing.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for coming up and sharing that. I honestly, I genuinely love hearing your perspective because it's so much happening down in your area. And I agree. I don't think enough Americans are paying attention because if they did, they would be like really loud about it. And I think, you know, that would force some type of change, but I don't think enough people are paying attention to it. So thank you for that.
Yes. And I can say
Representation of all, and MAGA as a whole is not the representation of what we believe in. So yeah, don't lump us in with all those other slap nuts. All right. Two more, and then I gotta go. I gotta skedaddle. I got to skedaddle, guys. I got to go. Emma, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Wonderful. Emma, what country are you in?
I am in Canada.
Canada, eh? Okay. What would you like to talk about?
I would love to talk about immigration. So I am 22 and I work in the equestrian industry. And West Palm Beach is the #1 horse country in the world. So they host major competitions to qualify for the Olympics and other major games. So I was living in West Palm for the last year, and I was traveling with my boss, and there was a slight issue in my work visa paperwork. And they pulled me over in the airport, and they said, essentially, if you go back to the States, you will be deported.
Holy smokes.
So yeah, it was quite terrifying. So I flew back to Canada and have reapplied for my work visa, and it has been the most frustrating process of my whole life. They lost my case. It seems like there's a new fee every single day.
Yeah.
I'm scared to like repost things about the Trump administration
Yeah.
because people have been denied entry for having memes or something on their phones. So it's been very hard. My friends and family are like, why would you want to go back there? And I have like snowbirds travel every winter to go compete in these events. And there are so many people that are like, we are not going down until he's out of office.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, listen, I completely get your point. I mean, like, so my wife and I, we travel to Canada often because, you know, we're in Washington State. And the last couple of times, my wife has been like super hesitant about even wanting to go because of that. And then, you know, of course, what I do on the old TikToks. And so it's been a whole thing. So I completely understand where you're coming from. And just, you know, me being an American citizen and knowing that like getting into Canada, not so much a tough thing. But then coming back, like I'm worried. But one thing that I did do to help kind of hopefully, you know, ease the burden is I end up applying for Nexus. So I have my Nexus and like, you know, that's something. But then you can even talk about how like the Trump administration specifically, I remember there was a whole thing where Hassan Piker had global entry. And they pulled his global entry, specifically this administration, and so they're going after people in certain ways, and so it's a whole scary thing, and that it doesn't surprise me how they're trying to muck up the situation, add more fees to make more money, and slow down the overall process to keep people from actually being able to get in the country. So
yeah, it's really hard. And you know, living in Florida, it was definitely very different than being in Canada. I was actually in an area where they had ICE raids outside of farms. You know, applying for the overall process. I had people say to me, "Oh, don't worry, like you won't be racially profiled," which is absolutely sickening. Like, and it's been such a hard process. And you know, it's an amazing place full of opportunity, but it's also just it's really hard. So
yeah, no, I agree, and hopefully everything works out for you smoothly, and especially because you know the U.S. and Canada overall has had really good relations, and I think a lot of people take for granted like our relationships with Canada and Mexico specifically. And they always talk about, oh, well, you know, they get free protection because of our military. Yeah, but like having allies to, you know, your borders is invaluable, right? And I think that's something that a lot of United States citizens take for granted. And we have to actually admit that like good relationship, good partnerships with both our neighbors to the north and south is super important. And then when they start to do things like eliminate us from, you know, any type of deals, the fact that they create like a waterway where they can completely go around the U.S. instead of going through the U.S. to avoid doing business with them. Or when Canada, I see that the prime minister just announced a deal that was made with China for some additional imports and exports. Like the United States is being cut out of a lot when it comes to our neighbors to the north and south, and it's a bad thing for us. And I don't think people get that.
yeah, well, I totally agree, and I just want to say thank you. I watch you, Dean, and Parker's lives every single day, and they help me so much mentally. So I really appreciate all that you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Let's see here. Ebony, how are you? Ebony, how are you? Oh, I don't think Ebony meant to come up. Ebony taking a nap. I'll drop you down, Ebony. That's all good, Emma. Guys, while we get the last person up here, make sure you hit that follow button. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Also follow the backup account. I am doing more debates on the backup account. For the next couple of times that I go live, I'm going to be on the backup account. So if you want to actually, catch the debates, the next couple of debates, make sure you're following the backup account. Follow the main account, follow the backup account, and let me know in the chat when you do it. I want to see who actually does it. After you follow both of them, you have to follow both. After you follow both of them, say I did. Love you as well. Shits and giggles. Shiggles, how are you?
Hey Sam, I'm good. I'm a Kiwi from New Zealand.
New Zealand, okay, all right. What would you like to talk about?
I got a couple of points. So first off, look, it's awkward to say, but I think there is a positive that's come from Trump coming into power and the division that's kind of happened in America.
If you know it, tell me. Because
and that's just that a lot of Americans are kind of waking up to the propaganda that's been part of the everyday life in America about it being the best country in the world.
American exceptionalism. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like looking in from the outside, it's been really painful to kind of watch the delusion about, you know, lack of universal health care and gun laws and that kind of thing. So I think that's positive. From a New Zealand perspective, so even our right-wing governments would be considered left-wing in circumstance.
That's wild.
Yeah, for sure. And we currently have a right-wing government, and I'm not going to go into the details of exactly how our parliament is kind of made up, but we've definitely seen these people who have kind of previously had their voices sort of squashed as extremist, having more balls to come out and be able to kind of speak negatively against our constitution. We had a bill come up that essentially attacked our constitution this year, and I strongly believe it's kind of the rhetoric coming out of America that's allowing people to have these conversations in the wrong way for the wrong reasons. It's just allowing a lot of the people that follow more of a right-wing American type influence to have more of a voice. We actually have Turning Point New Zealand now.
Really?
We do.
Holy smokes.
Had previously denied entry to Candace Owens, but our Minister for Immigration, under pressure from these people, has allowed her entry into New Zealand. And yeah, just generally seeing that kind of swing back towards the voices of far right being more prominent. I don't know if you know too much about Jacinda Ardern. She was our last Prime Minister. She's actually hanging out in your neck of the woods now. But there were so many positive things that came out of her 2 terms, in terms of, we had a mosque shooting in Christchurch by an Australian. But within 48 hours, she had turned around gun laws. And
I heard about that. That's like, I love when I hear you guys talk about that, because like, that's so inspirational, because it's something that we don't get here. Like, it's infuriating to hear. It's positive to hear that from other countries, but it's infuriating to hear that as an American, and how for us it's just thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess, we have quite a big hunting culture here, as you guys do as well. But it was just recognized that there's no sport in it. There's no need for that type of weapon to exist. So yeah, it's been really hard for us. Our right-wing government is blaming the small amount of tariffs that were put on New Zealand for economic issues as well, which is really just a talking point that has no factual basis.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that and myself and Kay. Do you know Kay? Did you see Kay earlier? Okay.
No.
Well, Kay is always around here. Kay is awesome, but she and I talk about this all the time, about how like the United States is still such a young country, right? We're almost at 250 years. And you look at other countries that have been around for so long and they've like tried and failed and like had so many things like bumps and bruises to get to certain points of like success. And the United States could literally just take what those other countries have done and quote unquote do it better. Like we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to take a look and see what these other countries have done and implement it in, you know, whatever way that best fits us, but to get that positive end goal. And it seems like that we're unwilling to do that. And I think that goes back to like the whole idea around like American exceptionalism. But like it literally, there's so much that we can learn from the international community in so many different positive ways. Like, man, it always feels like, again, one of my best friends is Brett Cross, and I don't know if you know Brett, but like what happened to him, and this, it's he and I talk about this all the time, and his reason why he does what he does, because I tell him all the time, like I couldn't have the conversations that he has, and the fact that he does that is because he doesn't want what happened to his son to happen to any of our kids. And so him using his voice to protect our kids is like mind-blowing, but then also like he shouldn't have to do that. And we talk about this all the time. We want to get to the point where we put Brett out of a job. Like we don't want Brett to be able to do what he does anymore because we don't want it to be a need for him to talk about gun reform and all of the other things. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Final point. We do not claim Jessica. You guys can keep her.
No. No. Thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you. Oh man, guys, Debbie's in the chat for Samantha. Samantha sent a $2.22 donation to say, thank you for including the international community. It's a great reminder that we're not alone. We must care about each other in order to build a better world. Sending love to everyone near and far from Washington, from another Washington close to the border. Absolutely, absolutely. Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in the chat for Samantha. Yes, I think that's important. And when I first came up with this idea of like international MAGA, it was more so just because I think the concept of like other people in other countries being so involved in like our politics is like I didn't understand it, but then that was just me being like willfully obtuse, thinking that like we don't have an impact, whether positive or negative, on other countries around the world. And then from that point, I was like, you know what? We need to not only address the growing fascism that's rising around the world, but there's so many international friendlies that I see every single day that hang out here, and you guys mean so much to me. And there's oftentimes that I sit here and say, only looking for friendlies, or when I do like late nights, we're only looking for a conversation for people within the US. And you guys partake in my content as well. And I want to make sure that I give you an opportunity because one, I appreciate you. Two, we're on this floating rock together. And three, your voices matter. So like, I appreciate each and every one of you. I really do. Really, really, really do. And I wish I could talk to each and every one of you, but I got to go because I've been hanging out with you guys for a long time and I got to go check on my wife. I have to make sure my wife has not divorced me yet because I've been here hanging out with you guys for too long. If I'm here for too long, then my wife might not be, and I need my wife. So with that being said, I got to get out of here, guys. I got to get out of here. I really appreciate all of you guys. I might be back later. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see which way the wind blows. With that being said, we're going to hit this outro and we're going to get out of here. We're going to hit the outro and we're going to get out of here. Oh, wait. Before we do, really quick, this is the main. Make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you follow, turn on notification. But this is the backup. The next time you guys see me live, it's going to be on the backup. So if you're not following the backup, you're not going to know that I'm live. You're going to miss it. Make sure you follow both of them. Follow the main account, but especially follow the backup because the next time I'm live, it's going to be on this account. So press my face, press that plus button right there. Boom. Follow this account. You guys got it? Got it? Good? Got it? Tiffany says she got it. W's in the chat for Tiffany. Thank you, Tiffany. All right. I'm going to go ahead and drop the backup. Did you guys get it? Thank you, Coffee. Thank you, kid. All right. There's the wife. W's in the chat for the wife as well. Thank you, guys. All right, I'm dropping it. All right, guys. Let's hit this outro, shall we?
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in shame. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk.
What?
Stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth.
Hey, guys. This was fun. This was really, really fun. I appreciate every single person that showed up for this, and I might do it again at some point. Like, more than looking for international MAGA, I really do like talking to the international friendlies. So maybe we'll do it again. Maybe. Well, let's see. Anyway, guys, I love you all so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for all the gifts, the likes, the taps, the shares. Thank you just for being you. You all are fucking amazing. You're all amazing. If I do it again, would you guys come back? The only way I would do it again is if you guys promise to come back. Because if you promise to come back, if I do it again, I'll do it again at some point. But if you don't promise to do it again, or if you don't promise to come back, no, I'm not going to do it again. This is a quid pro quo, and you cannot impeach me. You cannot impeach me. This is a quid pro quo, but you can't impeach me. All right. Okay. I'm going to hold you guys to it. All right. Thank you all. I love you all so much. And as always...